back over here, and we should be able to see you in a second. Let's see, Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, John. I think I could say that. Aren't you? Didn't you just pass midnight your time?
We're at 12:15. Yep. I'm running a little bit behind schedule. We're trying. It's hard with, the beginning section ran long because we had a problem technically, as you know. And I still don't know why the live streams aren't working. I got to figure this out. So.
Well, it's not important right now. It's just great to.
It's a bummer.
It's a bummer, but hey, we'll live and learn for next year's event.
Exactly. Yeah, it should be. I said I have tech support chat going with them, but they're you get what you get, and I'm trying to still run live here.
Keep the show going. Yeah, I get it.
Totally. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. So you're gonna run some best of, right? You got something planned for us?
Some clips that I'm going to show, but before we get to all of that, I want to give a shout out to a couple of your people. Skill and Luck. I think you were maybe the first or second commenter when we went live earlier today. And I'm looking back through the chat. Skill's been with you. I mean, he's like your wingman, man. He's right there beside you all night long. Waylon, he's also been out there quite a bit. So you've got a pretty good following here for 5 or 6 hours in.
It's amazing that they're sticking with. I can't believe it. I'm seeing like Otto was texting us way in the beginning of the night. So it's awesome.
Yep. So, thanks to everybody who's out there watching this telethon. It's a marathon of craps channels is basically what we're doing here. Bringing all of these YouTube content creators in and having discussions about, dark side betting strategies and this, that, and the other. And it's just a great thing. I'm very happy to be part of it.
I'm glad to have you here. And I'll tell you, selfishly, this is like the coolest thing. Because, you get to meet everybody. Like I told Jacob, like I knew him from watching his channel, but you don't really know the guy. And I called him up and we had a nice phone conversation. And, through the hour here, it's like you really get to know a person. Mm-hmm. And it's just so cool to bring everybody together. And like I said, I get to be the one that gets to talk to everybody. So I feel like I'm living the dream, really. For me, this is like a dream come true.
Yeah. Well, that's when we talk about YouTube content creation and the evolution of my channel. I started out doing some betting strategies and rolling the dice, and eventually I kind of took a step back and said, well, who am I? Who am I to be showing some of these strategies? And I kind of twisted it around. I started bringing in guests and doing interviews, and I can kind of hide behind the interviewers. And I don't have to put my own thoughts out there. So this is going to be a little bit different for me if you start asking me questions. The tables are turned on me.
I mean, the interviewing is hard. I mean, I told people this too. Like after I was on your show a couple weeks ago, like my respect meter, like I had this initial respect for you just because your show is great to watch as a consumer. Like that's an awesome show, right? And like I said, everybody in Craps Nation, we're watching Dave every time he's on. Then you're like, hey, come on the show. Cool. And like from the minute I agreed to do it, and you're like, here's how it's going to work. And like, you walked me through every single step of that thing. And the show was like on time. And if people could see the way that Dave runs the show from behind the curtain, I'm like, damn, like I had respect for you before that. Now I'm like, wow, like bar raised. This is how you have to do this. And I tried to this week to get all that done, but holy moly, wrangling like 22 people and all the practice sessions and all the stuff and getting the timing right. I don't know.
Well, John, you just went
that's
from
the hardest part of this.
10 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour in overnight. You're trying to do it all in one day. And
it's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. But yeah, so there's a lot of cool things that you were doing. And so we all do it different, right? Everybody has their channel and we all have a different like lens on it, right? And you did this thing that was, I have to ask you why you did it this way. When you would film yourself practicing, right? And you had your dice cam and your betting cam, and then you would narrate over that as like an overdub kind of thing. That's nobody's ever done that. Everybody's talking live. And I know when I do my live streams I mess up all the time, but when I do a video, like trying to really teach, I'll record that thing 40 times before I get it right. Like my dice control series, those videos take me days, weeks to film. And it's interesting that you went with the talk over the throw thing. Why and how? Because that's super cool.
So I learned early on that whatever little influence I have was eliminated every time I started to talk. So if I'm out there throwing the dice and trying to talk, I'm concentrating on what I'm trying to say, not what I'm trying to do. So I thought I'd step back a little bit and just record my practice session, and then come back over and kind of talk about what I was doing. And actually, that was pretty well received. People seemed to like that quite a bit. Then I lost my table, I guess is probably the best way to put it. I'm having a custom table built, and it's taking far longer than anybody ever thought it would.
You still don't have the table?
I still don't have a table. We're very close. I'm hoping by the first of the year that I'll have it, but I think it was back in April. We took down my old table, my practice rig, and took some of the parts from that, and we were going to use it on the new table. And at that time, we thought we were a couple of weeks away. So I've been without a decent practice table for a very long time. You know, as soon as I get that new table, we'll get back to doing some of those things again.
That's cool. Because I remember you had you were putting videos up of your table being built. Like here, they're almost done. They were sending you pictures of it. This is great. I'm so excited. I'm surprised it never came.
Well, so the problems were in the chip rails, and we're doing something custom with the chip rail. The guy that's building the table worked with a CNC shop, and it was a string of bad luck. One of them went out of business. One of them was going to do it as a side job and got too busy, so they were never going to be able to do it. And with each one, it was a 6-week setback.
And with COVID and the wood shortage and all that mess, it just makes everything 1,000 times worse, or magnified at least, right?
But this table, when I do get it, it's a beautiful piece of work. It's a piece of furniture, more or less. Mm-hmm. It's going to be extremely heavy. The guy that's building it for me, he texted me the other day and said, "Guess how much this table's going to weigh?" And I was like, "I don't know, 400 pounds." He just laughed at me. I said, "What, 500 pounds?" He says, "Much higher." And I said, "What, 1,000 pounds?" He said, "You're getting close." So I'm wondering, how in the heck are we going to get this thing down in my basement? And once we get it down there, that's never moving.
No. So, now, do they bring it and assemble it in place, or they bring it whole?
He is going to bring it. So the guy that's building it for me, and I don't want to go too much into it yet, but he's looking to get into building craps tables, custom craps tables. Cool. So it's not going to be a cookie cutter type of a deal. But this is going to be the very first table that he's put together. And we're going to be doing some promotional videos for him and things like that. Cool. So we'll get to see the new table here before too long, I hope. Until then, I've got a 6-foot card table with a little Amazon felt and a throwing station I could practice some betting strategies against a random roller, but that's about the best I can do right now. And I didn't want to put that on the air.
It makes sense. That makes total sense. So let me ask you this. When you go to the casino, so we haven't seen you throw in forever, right? When you go, this whole night is about money management, discipline, and all of that, right? What is your mentality when you go out there? Are you looking to crush it? You looking to grind? Are you?
No, I'm a grinder.
You're a grinder.
And so it's really interesting that we evolve as craps players. I'm definitely not the same craps player that I was when I started just about 3 years ago. I haven't been playing the game that's long. But in the beginning, I think I would go all the way across, and then I went to inside numbers. Then I played Iron Cross for a while. Then I played the don'ts. I was kind of all over the place. But now, and my objective actually was to spend the most time as I can at the table. That's changed. Now that's changed for me. Now I have a goal, 20% goal. That's it. And I'm okay hitting that 20%, cash out, and get out of there. Different mindset. And it's actually working pretty good for me right now.
Yeah. You know me, I had the same goal most of the time.
Mhm.
But I tell my stories. My when I go with Kathy, it's a marathon. When she's, especially go to Vegas, right? When you go to Vegas and we're all there, I sometimes have to kill 6-7 hours.
Mhm.
So I do grind. I have grinders that I do just so I can play, and I actually like it when I do that. Like, I know you can't make the grind will cost you over the course of time. You may get a great roll in the middle of it that lets you keep going, but over the course of time, that's gonna eat you up. But I really enjoy the game. Like, I like this so much better than I like. I love Baccarat and other games too, but they're just not fun. Craps is fun.
Yeah.
There's no game like it. And it's one of those games where the same roll of the die or the same outcome of a shooter, 14 people have 14 different experiences from that. And on the blackjack table, when the dealer busts, it's the same experience for everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like you don't have that. That's what this game is, just so different.
Yeah. Well, I think a couple of your guests, starting with David earlier, it's fun because two different people could have two different experiences with the same set of rolls.
Yeah.
You have somebody betting come bet, somebody betting place bet, somebody betting the don'ts. And we all share this, 8 rolls of the dice. Some people won money, some people lost money.
Exactly.
That's just how it goes.
Well, that's a thing that I'm going to explore probably with El Toro tomorrow. El Toro's coming back to talk, and he does a lot of team play. And the Hawaiians do that too. They play as a team, but they don't play with a combined bankroll. So they all win and lose for different reasons. But when you have somebody who I know plays with partners, and like you're right, people win for different reasons and lose for different reasons. How does that factor in? Because that's what makes this game so unique. It really is a unique piece of it. And I think that's what draws me to it, even though I know it's a negative expectation game and my strategy is going to lose at some point. There's just,
I had to get that in my head. This is a negative EV game. If I get up to a certain point, walk away a winner and be happy about it. But I'm like you as well. My wife is a phenomenal slot player, actually. She does pretty well. And I'll be done in 20 minutes to an hour. She'll go on for 3 or 4 more hours.
Yeah.
And it makes it for a long night. But at the end of that 3 or 4 more hours, I still have my bankroll intact and I'm happy. I'm grinning. So.
Well, that's what what I end up doing is I end up, like in Vegas especially, I became a roller coaster fanatic, and I would I would like Uber around Vegas and ride the different rides. Back when the Sahara had the great roller coaster down there, and I would do that stuff, and I would hunt down a good cheesesteak and hunt down the best pizza in Vegas, and like that's what I would do while she was playing. I'd win my money early and just fart around for a while and just
that's
or go to the sports book.
YouTube is my friend. Start watching videos.
Yeah, or like I said, sit in the sports bar. I'll watch sports forever. Yeah. And there was a casino. I forget where it was. Where they filmed. They had a studio in the casino. Where was that? They have a sports, like they were filming or the sports whatever talk radio, like an ESPN affiliate. But they recorded there all day long. You can sit there and have drinks and buy the sports book and watch them film their like whatever talk show. It was great.
Yeah, and I don't know where that one would have been. MGM maybe? MGM Grand?
And no, it wasn't there. It was a little tiny. It might be, and it was smaller. It was like an off-strip kind of place.
Oh, okay.
I got to remember. It might have been South Point actually, because we were out there for a baseball tournament. I remember doing that. It was great. It was like as good as gambling.
Yeah.
Just to watch some of the stuff you just can't see. And now we have sports betting here in Washington finally. So if I go to the casino locally, I can finally go to a sports book and watch something.
Yeah.
And our one place has bowling. I can bowl, I guess.
You said South Point and made me laugh because I've only been given heat twice at a casino. South Point was one of them.
Somebody else has too. Somebody in the Craps Nation Skype said that too. I've heard that's surprising for an off-strip casino to do that. What did they give you heat for? For setting?
Not hitting the back wall. So, that's the rules. So they were justified in giving me heat for it. But come on, when you're throwing the dice and, one hits the back wall and the other one jets off, 2 feet to the right, it's about as random as you're going to get anyway. It's like, okay, well, it didn't hit the back wall, but it certainly didn't do what I was trying to make it do.
Exactly. I had the same experience in Mesquite. I got yelled at by the box lady. So I was trying to set the dice. I was trying to get my backspin, and it was neoprene, like a mouse pad, and they would dig in, and they would actually check up and go backwards sometimes. I'm like, I'm trying. And she's like, you got to just throw them. I'm like, well, I cashed out. I'm like, I'm not just gonna wing them. But I was trying really hard, and they were digging in, and you're right. You can't always control.
No. So you got a little heat there. Oh, actually, it happened to me 3 times. Not Fremont. I can't remember. One of the casinos on Fremont. I was playing early in the morning. I was the only player, and I'm used to playing on a 12-foot table, and it was a 14-foot table, and I was just having a hard time hitting that back wall. And the pit boss, he was actually pretty cool about it. He says, "Sir, you need to hit the back wall. Sir, you need to hit that back wall." He said, "Sir, you don't hit that back wall this next time. We're going upstairs, and you're going to have to carry down the small table." he knew what I was doing, and he was just having a good time. And I get it. And I for whatever reason, I just couldn't make it happen.
That happens.
Then I was going to say the last time that I was given heat was just a couple of weeks ago at a roll to win table. I was at stick left 1, and those tables are small. And I was setting the dice and throwing it, and I had just come off of a 43 roll. 43. Wow. It was awesome. And the stick lady said that I couldn't extend my arm past halfway. Well, on those roll to win tables, if you're at stick left 1 or stick right 1, you are at the middle of the table. It's like,
you're right there.
Well, do you just feel like a T-Rex? What do you want me to do? She says, I don't know, but you cannot extend your arm past halfway. Oh,
man.
Okay. So
those tables are tiny. They're like 8 foot inside. The inside dimensions are about 8 feet. There's not much to them.
No.
Yeah, they're beatable. I keep saying it. They are beatable tables for sure. So hopefully they aren't listening to us. Actually, I hope they are, because if we keep beating them, maybe they'll go away and we'll get back to regular.
Well, John, I was going to tell you that my favorite little honky-tonk casino is down in northern Oklahoma called Tonkawa. And they were one of the first to get a roll-to-win table. It's gone.
Really?
Now, they claim it's due to mechanical problems, but they could fix mechanical problems. So
you think it's getting beat?
What I understand is most of those tables are leased. So, it could be fixed if they really wanted to. So why is it gone? I think
the table is like $1 million plus a lease fee, aren't they? They're super expensive.
That's what I've heard too. Yeah. So I suspect that they were actually losing money on that table.
I wouldn't doubt it. I've seen more long rolls on that table than on a regular. I mean, you see them all the time.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's because of the surface. I mean, obviously the dice don't bounce on that surface very well, and they kind of hit and stick, and that's what happens to them.
Yeah. But, there are a lot of advantages to that roll to win table. And you covered this in your podcast. Some of them that I like is that I can play the don'ts without any fear of anybody having any problem with it.
True.
There's no chips out there, low landing zone, obstacles.
Yeah, no landmines. That's a good thing.
Yeah, no landmines. But if I want to go dark on a player, they probably don't know it.
No, it shows your bets kind of shooting out if you're watching, but if you don't pay attention, you don't know who's where.
Yeah, there's so much going on in that video screen. My little don't bet is
nobody even cares.
Lost in the mix, right?
Right, which is good. I mean, the don't is that thing. It's got that weird stigma to it. And like Big AZ, and we talk about all the time. You got to own it a little bit, but people also have to not think you're running against them. It's not the point.
Yeah. Well, unless you're one of those jerks, one of those don't players that advertise they're a don't player and start rooting for the 7 and all that good stuff. And
I don't see many of those. I've seen a couple, but not very many of them. Most of the don't players that I run into that are super don't are Like I always joke about, they're the old guys in the corner. They're at the hook,
Hmm.
and they just got a rack full of black chips,
Yeah.
and they're just out there drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, and usually keeping pretty quiet.
Well, I think it was you that was telling me to evaluate a table. You look at the hook and see if it's full of black chips, and if
That's
it's full
exactly
of black
what I
chips,
do.
it's probably a cold table. Yeah.
100%. If the guy's still there with his black chips, you're on a cold one. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. But anyways, we're here tonight to raise some money, I'm grateful that you asked me to be on the show. So thank you.
I think it's awesome that you're here. I think it's great. And now, did you want to run some old footage? Is that what your plan was tonight?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I went back and pulled out a few clips of my show, and the first clip that I wanted to show talks about our organization, the Craps Nation, and organization is a bad term. The Craps Nation is basically just a group of people who like to play craps, and we get on this perpetual chat and we talk craps 24/7. It's made up of people from several different continents and countries. It's a great group of people. And to paraphrase a friend of mine, one of the nice things about the Craps Nation is, when we see something, we say something, or we step in and we step up. When we need to. Fortunately, we have not had an opportunity to deal with gambling addiction, but there have been other things that the Craps Nation has come together for and helped out people in need. So it's a great organization that a few of us got together and started maybe close to 3 years now, 2.5, 3 years ago. And I think at last count, we're around 160 people that are in that chat. So, I wanted to give a shout out to all my friends over there in the Craps Nation. Some of them are here today. And if you're not part of that chat and you want to, give John a call, give me a call, and we'll get you connected to this large group of craps players. So the first thing that I kind of wanted to share,
they're just players, right? It's not like it's a bunch of YouTube superstars that are out there being all high and mighty. It's people talking, love it and talk about it all day long.
So that's a great point. Maybe I'll go into a little bit of the origin of the Craps Nation.
Yeah.
It started with a couple of YouTube content creators. We saw each other's videos. We started talking a little bit, and we thought, hey, we're all like-minded. We're a group of friends. Let's pull this together and see what we can do with it. And I think Bird Dog 301, I saw him in the comments just a little while ago. He was one of the founding members. Sleepy 2525, George from CY, Rick from Let It Roll, myself, 36 Full Press. He was one of the founding members. But we all had YouTube channels. And when we started talking about Craps Nation, people thought you had to have a YouTube channel to be part of it. And no, that's not really what the intent was.
I thought that too. I didn't know how it worked. Yeah.
Yeah. Skill and Luck. Skill and Luck is one of the first people out there too. I saw him come in. So it's just a great group of people. And unfortunately, we had to deal with COVID. But we did find time to start doing some meetups and people actually meeting and playing in person. So the first video that I wanted to show is kind of a clip of a few people. If you watch closely, you're going to see Big AZ in this clip as well. Cool. So if you're okay with it, we're going to try it. And hopefully,
let me switch over. Work. I'm going to switch to a full screen version of you. Let's see what happens here.
Okay.
You go there.
All right.
I got to change my table out. Let's put you there. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yep. So let's give this a shot.
We have no sound on this.
can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, it's not. There's no sound from the video itself.
I'm wondering if they can hear it on the.
I would
channel.
guess not, because my volume levels are zeros for everything.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to stop it then. All right. So I guess we're having some audio problems. We're not going to be able to show the videos, which is too bad. Yeah, John, I don't know of another way to try this.
Yeah, the only other way to do it would be, start singing, he says. That's fine. I'm not going to be singing anytime soon, no.
No, me neither.
Yeah, the only other way to do it, I suppose, would be, the mics were hot for sure, would be to try it over Skype, where I took your system output. You can try that.
Okay.
If you want to, let's, all right, everybody, give us a few minutes here. Let's try and make a Skype call to me, or actually make a Skype call. Yeah, call me on Skype. Let's see what happens. I'm going to mute over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I hang up here?
No, I think I'll mute you here, but call me on Skype, and then we'll see if you can share your screen through Skype. I should be able to show that. Let's try it.
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
Okay, there you are on Skype.
Okay, but now I think we have an echo.
Oh, I don't have an echo. You might.
Okay, how about now?
Nope, I'm good. I have you muted on the other side. So if you share your screen and audio from Skype, I can send that through.
Okay. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Skype. How do you share your screen?
This. I can go to Skype. There's my Skype. I think I can do that.
Am I still on video?
Yep, I got you. I'm actually showing your Skype feed. So I'm seeing
Okay.
like the other side of you. So I'm seeing like your R2D2 and all your fun stuff over there.
You're on this camera.
Hey, there you go. Yep, that's what Skype is showing me. So if you hit the bottom, the share screen button, you should be able to share your screen and that video.
Okay. Let's see. Microphone, a check mark. Come on. Share screen. All right, here we go. Okay, let's go this route. Let me know if the audio comes through.
Okay. Have you shared screen yet?
Yeah, I thought I did.
No, we're still seeing just you and no sound yet. So.
Hang on 1 second.
You okay? There we go. I see the video now.
Is the audio coming through?
Nope.
All right. Well,
you can narrate it if you want to.
no, maybe I'll just talk about some of the topics.
Yeah, no worries. Yep.
Let's go back over to the
You got it.
eCam interview if we can.
Yep. There we go. All right, back
Okay,
on
I'm
the
hanging
camera
up.
now. Yep. All right. Nope. Now I gotta unmute you now. Hold on.
Can you hear me now?
You are. There we go. Gotcha. Back. Sorry about the techno problems there, folks.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I was actually looking forward to this, but so we'll just talk through some of the things that I was going to show.
Sure.
So, like I said a minute ago, that first introduction was just of the Craps Nation and showing some of the fun that we have. We had Bird Dog and Big AZ and several people meeting up in Las Vegas several times. I just had to happen to have a little bit of video and some photos of it. So I wanted to kind of show off the Craps Nation is not just a virtual chat. It's it's a get out there, let's play, let's put our money together and see. Not together. Let's play together. Mm-hmm. But anyways, so that was going to be the first clip. This is going to go really fast. The second clip was going to be about practice and how do you practice playing craps. And we've seen a couple of the best ways to do it already on your show tonight. One of the things that I like the most, I'm going to reach around here and grab this, but this is just a plastic. It looks like a cookie jar that I use, put my cancel dice in it. But this is one of the best tools out there that you can use, I think, to practice in that landing zone. Are you keeping your dice together? Are you hitting them in the same spot over and over and over again? So this is one of the tools that I use fairly frequently when I have my table. I don't know where yours came from, but mine was from Walmart, and it was filled with those Fireball candies.
Oh, yeah. I bought mine on Amazon. Amazon sells them on the business side for like stores, so that's what I did.
Yeah. So
I think it was like $8.
$8. Yeah. So $8, you get a bunch of Fireballs, and you got this handy little canceled dice holder and practice tool. So it's pretty good for just about everything. You know what? The other tool that I wanted to show is actually downstairs that was on the video. It was called a dice gripper. And
I have one. I can show you. I can show you mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So the dice gripper, all it is a wooden tool. Yeah, there you go. So you put your dice in there, and it's going to be consistent. And it teaches you. Let me just grab a couple of dice real quick. Yeah, it kind of teaches you how the feel should be when you pick up the dice. So every time, it's going to be the same every single time. And, that's one of the things that you want to work on. If you're really practicing to get better at your game. Yeah, there you go. Yep. And it's got the mirror in it, so you can kind of see exactly where you're setting them. And if you're setting, with the sixes, straight sixes, that makes it so much easier to see. Now, John's got a fancy dice gripper, but you could do the same thing with a thin book. So get a book that's about the same width as what you want, and I'm just going to grab my iPhone here and use it. And you can butt your dice up towards the book and have the same effect without having to build or buy a dice gripper. So how you grip it, where you land it, those are two very important things.
I gotta, did you ever see my shoe rack that I use, Dave?
I don't think so.
This is a funny one. Check this out. I have this shoe rack that I bought from Amazon. This thing is about 8 inches tall, maybe. And I put it on my table. I'll put it here, but that's not where it goes. And so I can shoot to land over it, so I get the right angle, and I put it down the end, or I leave it out here and I shoot under it. When I work on the surface. And so it's about, like I said, about 8 inches tall, and I can go over or under it, and that way I can kind of target different throw types.
Yeah.
And work my, I'm a big energy believer, so I try to target high or low based on the bounce. So
yeah.
And again, another $20 investment, I think, for that thing.
Well. Gosh, what do they call them? Those big orange and white sticks that you might see in the snow to indicate where a fire hydrant is.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I
don't know what they're called, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have one of those that I would lay across the table. So the whole idea is just like you said, some sort of barrier that you can say, am I consistently getting it over or am I getting it under? That's another great tool.
I think you had a video out with that on it, didn't you? Where you put the thing at the end of your table and you're trying to shoot over it?
I probably did. Yeah. I just saw a couple of comments coming in. How do I join the Craps Nation? And Rob's jumped in there. Just email one of us, and we'll help you get connected. It's through Skype, and all it is you just get added to a Skype group.
Yeah, it's an enormous chat room, basically. And there's also a Discord channel that goes along with it. Yeah, there's a Discord channel too that nobody uses, but I like it.
I was going to say, I'm going to jump all over the place. Yeah. And, our friend Andrew, Craps Down Under, he created that Discord site. And I actually prefer the Discord site over chat.
Me too.
To be honest with you. But for whatever reason, it hasn't taken off. So.
It hasn't. And, and I do a lot of work in Jeremy's in the Color Up Discord. So I'm in there. Yeah. That's a pretty big following too. And so I'm in there a lot. I do most of my chatting, whatever, in there. Besides my YouTube channel comments, I do a lot of commenting on the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let's go back to how do you practice? So
Sure.
when I'm practicing, I practice my grip and I practice the landing zone. And there's a difference between practice and playing. When I'm truly in the mindset to practice, I'm usually not betting. I'm just working on the mechanics, repeating them over and over and over, trying to work on that muscle memory. But there's also, I guess it depends on your betting strategies, but it's also good to practice your betting, knowing what you're going to do under certain circumstances. Mm-hmm. So, are you going to, are you going to regress? Are you going to press? Are you going to keep it same bet? Knowing what you're going to do based on the conditions and being able to just do it without thinking is also very important. So I'll practice both ways, but for the most part, at this point in my game, it's more about repeating the same mechanics over and over again.
I've had such mixed success trying to mix them. Like, you're so right about that. Like, throwing for an hour, not betting, and then betting for a while without throwing and working. Mm-hmm. You got to do it separate, I think, because when I find that when I try and throw and bet at the same time, if I don't get success in the throw, everything goes to hell in a handbasket. Like my mental side goes south. I don't focus well enough, I think.
Yeah.
Although in the casino, it's going to be done with both. But I think when I'm just working on a skill, I think the betting skill, and the throwing skill are definitely.
Yeah, John, give me 1 second. I'm going to try to send you a file through Skype.
Go for it.
Of one of the short videos.
Go for it.
And if this works, you've probably already encountered this, but as a YouTube content creator, we do not get it right all the time. We come up with our own with bloopers. And I wish I'd have started this a long, long time ago. But I captured a few of my bloopers, and I think it's just like maybe a 1 minute little video.
Okay.
And hopefully this will work with the audio if it comes from your side.
From my side, I sure can. So yeah, once you send it over.
Is it still not there?
I'm not seeing it yet.
Okay, it should be coming through. I sent it to you on Skype.
Okay. Not here.
Okay, so it says it's sending, so it might take. It's like 150
it's a video file. It'll take it a hot minute to get there.
Yeah, yeah. So anyways, that's how I practice. I really try to focus in on one thing. Am I working on my mechanics? Am I working on my betting? And then, of course, I like to play.
Yeah.
And I don't get to the casino as often as I would like to. I'm in Wichita, Kansas, and we have one casino that's close by, but the rest of them are down in Oklahoma. And it's either an overnight trip or a very late night. So I just don't get to go as often as I'd like. So one of the things that I really liked to do was participate in the live fantasy crap shows. In fact, I ran a live fantasy crap show for quite a while, but the time commitment is just too intense. I couldn't keep it up. George from CY, one of the founding fathers of the Craps Nation, he also started the live fantasy craps games, and it's still going on today. He's got a couple of other people that will fill in for him. When he needs a little break. Troy, Point Seven Out, he's hosted a few of the games, and then Arnell Dice Grinders, he's also hosted some of the games. So even though I can't get into the casino all the time, there's always a game going on. Big AZ, like I think he said every night he's got games going on. I know
he has all the time. Yeah,
Jeremy over the Color Up Club, they've got tournaments going on all the time. So there's ways to participate virtually. And I'll say this, with no real money involved.
That's true. Which is important, right? I mean, the live fantasy craps that George and the Craps Nation guys did. We're doing that tomorrow morning, by the way, at 8 o'clock Pacific time. So 11 o'clock in the East, we're going to do 2 hours of that, which is good. I'll get some breakfast in me while we're playing fantasy craps. You're not going to see my face while we're doing it. But that's going to be going on tomorrow. The Color Up Club, they do a tournament, and there's also every night they have fantasy craps. There's somebody in fantasy every single night. And then, of course, Big AZ does the thing. But, he's only gets 4 people on at a time. These fantasy craps, I've seen 20 people in there before. And it's just, there's no pressure. Just, light up your table or not and just, play along. It's really good to hone your skills.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well,
all right, I got your video. Let's go. Yeah, it came through, and I'm going to change scenes here. We'll put that in, and we'll see it roll here. Give me 1 second.
Perfect.
The bloopers.
Buddy, and thanks for joining. I've had the luxury of getting a text message in the middle of the show. Okay, guys, forget the likes. Forget subscribes. If you really want to recognize me, forget the super chats. What I really want is cookies. Coming up on the next Talking Craps, we have Jeremy Ellerick from Color Up. That's right. The original, the guru, the man. He is a god. He is a dice god.
In my videos, I've never asked people to subscribe to my channel, hit that bell notification, whatever. I don't do that.
It just so happens your phone ding just as you were saying, hit that bell.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Same Bet. Today, it's part 2 of the Iron Cross progression strategy. We're going to do things just a little bit different today than we did in the last software. Just want to see how this sounds, see if this is something that I want to use. I think my S's are kind of, and my P's might be popping a little bit too much. All right, let's check it out.
Oh my God, I'm ugly, Dave.
Whoa. You're like Gene Simmons' cousin or something. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, so there's a few minutes of things that didn't go quite as planned.
That is awesome. I have so many bloopers. I throw them away and burn them with fire.
No, you keep them because you'll have a best of bloopers one day, and it'll probably be your best video ever.
Oh my gosh, I've done it so many times. It's like hit myself and just kind
of. Yeah, when you're doing a live show, you see it all. But for whatever reason, I seem to make more mistakes when I'm trying to do a recorded show.
Oh, no question. I've talked to myself about, like, when I do a new recording, like an actual, like, let's learn a strategy thing, I should just pretend I'm live streaming. Is what I get. But no, I sit here and matter of fact, tonight, because I've got from like 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, there's nobody scheduled. I'm probably going to record a video live in front of everybody. You'll get to see my live bloopers of me trying to record myself. I'm a perfectionist, and I'm sure you are too. You want to get it right. And every and every, look off, like I'll look at my eyes and like now we're talking, so I'm not looking at my camera, but I look at my green dot when I'm doing a video. And if I rewatch and I'm over here, I refilmed the whole thing.
Yeah. And you have to. Sometimes you have to. You have no choice but to start over from the very beginning. And, these videos that we put out, it might be a 30-minute video, but it might take 6 hours to put that 30-minute video together.
Easily 6 hours. Easily. Yeah, no. And like when I watch a lot of YouTube, I'm sure you do too, you see a lot of folks have those jump cuts where it's like you can just see like all of a sudden they're over here, like they're just cutting out their mistakes. And the number one advice they give you is don't keep restarting. Just accept your mistake and then cut it out later. And I'm like, I feel like it looks unprofessional. So every video that you see me do, every one of them, it's from start to finish, one take.
Yeah.
And that can take 6-7 hours.
It's been a while since I've done a recorded video, but one of the things that I like to do is when I do make a cut like that, if it's appropriate, I'll put in like a crossfade or something, so it's very obvious that I'm doing a cut fade. I'm not really trying to hide anything. It's just okay. Well, I sneezed or something like that.
Yeah, I'll do them with scenes. When I change scenes, like if I'm dice control video, like here's the table, and now I'm going to go to this thing. Those are complete cuts, not the whole thing. I mean, obviously. Yeah.
It's our friend George from CY. He goes live twice a day, every day, and will roll the dice, I think 70, 72 times. And he is probably the most transparent man on YouTube and showing the good, the bad, and the ugly. Is how
no
he
question.
Puts it. So he's kind of been my inspiration and my moral compass on what's good content and what's not. Yeah. So shout out to George. I know he's going to be on here in a few hours, and
he will.
I just wanted to say thank you, George, for being that compass for me.
He's so dedicated to this thing too, isn't he? He is. Twice a day, every day. And the live fantasy, and he lives in Cyprus, which is like a 10-hour difference from me. And there's never a time where I've written him at all hours, and he's like, I'll get you when I wake up. And he never doesn't want to talk to you.
No, he is the best ambassador for this game that we could possibly have.
Yeah, no question. He's a great guy. So just blessed. I mean, it's funny because when you walk into the Craps Nation, and again, I didn't know. I'm like everybody else. I didn't know it was a open thing. I thought, now I've got a channel. Let me in to the thing, And George is the first guy that reached out. Once I was in there, he private chatted me almost instantly. And hey, welcome, how you doing? And it was like, you're just part of the group, and it was like no judgment. And then he was, he quizzed me a little bit on some things, when I was doing my videos, and, to see kind of where I was, and he's just a great guy.
Yep. So, I apologize, John, the other stuff that I had. I could try to send you one of my other favorite ones. I don't know how long it would take, but I'm going to drop it in here. And I don't know, is your next guest they're
not here yet. I'm actually going to drop them a quick email because the link that I'd sent earlier changed, obviously. So,
okay.
Let me get my
so while you're doing that, one of the favorite videos that I made, which required a whole lot of editing, was when I had Mark Duvall from the You Can Bet on That podcast. He joined me, and we had to talk about gambling in Hollywood. And I had taken several scenes from different movies and put them together as a little montage. And that's what I'm sending you right now. So I'm hoping that that'll come through. When we talk about editing, that was probably one of my best editing jobs I've ever done, and the one I had the most fun doing. So, Hollywood and gambling, that's a fun topic. So I'll ask you, John, do you have a favorite gambling movie?
Ooh, probably Casino. I literally just rewatched it because I wanted my son to watch it. My son has this rule of any movie made before 2000 is unwatchable.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, that's not true. You have to watch this. And so we watched that, and he was like, that's actually really good. And the way that they did it, like that whole narration style, I just love that movie. Yeah. And it's old Vegas. It's a thing for sure.
Yeah. One of my favorites is actually it's Vegas Vacation.
Bar none.
That's
That scene in that off-strip casino is one of the best things.
Yeah.
Guess what number?
All right.
4. No, it's 3. Damn it.
Stephen Smith
So
out there,
good.
James Bond. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So this, I think it just finished sending. Did you receive it?
It's just coming in now. It's downloading. Let me. I can switch to it whenever you want.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be a good way to end our segment.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna switch over to the scene. I've got to replace.
Thanks for joining. You know,
Winner 7.
I'll take the full odds on the 10, 200 on the hard way. The limit on all the numbers, 250 on the 11. Thank you very much.
Say, you played this game before.
Just once.
No gratuity is necessary, sir.
Pick a number. I'm great at that. Coin toss. Eddie, these are my games.
Come on, bets. Red 25. Red wins.
Card counting, Clark? Is that legal?
Sharpens the player's head.
Whatever you do, don't roll a 7!
Thank you. Very nice.
I told you I was hot today.
When a man can come to Las Vegas with a few extra bucks in his pocket, maybe throw a 10 spot down on a table, pay an extra $1 for a steak with his eggs, that's a happy day for that man.
Oh, that's good stuff right there.
Yeah, so I had so much fun putting that together.
Oh, man,
and it's
that's
actually
great.
two different. I had done 2 different promos. The first one set to the music, and then the other one was just sort of the clips with the audio in it. But
With the voices.
But yeah, like I said, Mark Duvall from You Can Bet on That podcast. I don't know if you know Mark or not, but
I don't know him, but I know I love that podcast.
yeah. So Mark and Tim Lawson from The Better Life, they do a lot of TV and movie gambling discussions. So Mark and I got on and we just talked about our favorite casino films. So yeah, that was it. That's what I had for you tonight, John.
Awesome, Dave. Thank you so much. That was a fun hour.
Yeah.
We had to wait a little bit there, didn't we? But it was fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Cool. Wow. All right. Let's get a tally, shall we? I think some more donations came in while you were talking.
Oh, sweet.
I thought I saw an email come by. Let's go take a look.
Yeah, I think it's getting pretty late in the
screen.
night. We've the viewers have dropped a little
No,
bit.
we still got, like-
got skill and luck.
Like 50 people are still. Skill and Luck is going to be here every hour. Let's see. How we doing over here on this side? Little refresh. Come on. 909. Look at that. We're creeping up there. So that's good. We made a little
What
bit
was the
extra
movie
there,
with
and
Elliot Gould? And so Tito Haggart put a comment out there. It wasn't Elliot Gould, but it was Vegas Vacation.
yeah,
At least
Elliot Gould.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Elliot Gould was in a gambling movie. It was like one of his first movies ever. It was a poker movie. I can't remember what it's called now. I saw it about 6 months ago. I'll have to look that up. It's actually really, really well done. I think The Better Life, they might have even talked about that movie. That's where I heard about it. Pretty good, though. Let's see. How are we doing on the auction items? The auction items, I think, are lagging a little bit. The Craps Nation Black Dice that you donated are up to $61, which is great.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, we started. That's actually really solid. I still need this owl picture. Got to get the color up layout going. That's going to be I think it's going to go hot and heavy tomorrow, but that's going to be a big item. We got to get that thing sold for sure. But we're getting there.
Well, yeah, those black dice, serial number 008. They were the 8th pair of or set of dice that came off the assembly line for the Black Craps Nation dice. So, that's definitely a collector's item there.
Those are really cool. I've got the white dice now that I just got from Sleepy. Mm-hmm. And the white dice are so cool looking. And so, yeah, the white and the black together would be a really killer get for somebody. So,
just to let everybody know, these dice came from Midwest Gaming, the place that supplies casinos with their dice. So they are casino quality dice, razor sharp edges. They would be exactly what you would see in the casino. They don't have stamps on them. They're not drilled through. They're not canceled dice. They are casino quality. So.
Yeah, they're super, super cool. I keep staring at them because you know what I mean. If people who know me know, I'm all about black. Everything I have like probably 1,000 long sleeve black shirts. That's all I have, and every tattoo I've got is except for the wings on this one horse, all black and gray. I'm just like that's my thing. So when I saw the black dice, I'm like, I gotta have me a pair of black dice. So at some point,
so
that's my
did
next
you introduce gray after the beard started coming in?
Yeah. My hair used to be black. I'll tell you what. I'll make you guys a deal. If we can hit goal, if we can get the $5,000 on this thing tomorrow, I will show you a picture of me with hair.
Oh, nice.
And I had hair all the way down to my pants when I was younger. So. I got pictures to prove it, but we got to get the 5K, and then I'll show it to you.
Get the 5K. What an incentive. Awesome.
Yep. That'll be my first blooper reel.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Awesome. Well, Dave, thank you so much for being here. I've got the Square Pair guys in the green room. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to watch that video one more time, and I'll bring them on, and we'll get to our next hour. Thank you again for being.
Yeah, thank you, John. Talk to you later.
You got. See you later. And you got who's next on your show, by the way? Is it? Do you want to announce that? Your next?
I actually haven't. Rick from Let It Roll will be on the show Monday night. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Looking forward to that.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you
All right,
later.
Dave. Thank you so much. Yep.
Bye.
All right, folks. We're gonna pick it up here with the Square Pair in just a few minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and run that the National Council on Problem Gambling promo one more time. And grab me a quick drink, and I'll be right back, and we'll pick it up with Rob and Jake.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler. But now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, we're back. Looks like I've got the square pair getting ready. I'm going to try and pull them in real quick, and we'll see what happens here. Let's go to, let's pull this in here. So I've got part of your video, it looks like, working. There you are. I see one of you. Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you
Good.
fine.
How are you, John?
We can hear you. We can see you. Just the one camera, though.
No, we're trying to get the other camera, but it keeps kicking us out.
I saw that. You were trying to connect it. It was bumping out. While you're coming in, Skill and Luck reminds me here to let everybody know how to donate. So reminder that the link for the auction site and the link for the donation site are both at the very top of the window here that the video that you're watching. So it's the donate link is bit.ly, so bit.ly/craps-donate. And the auction link is bit.ly/craps-auction. So bit.ly/craps-donate or craps-auction are the two sites to drop your donations in. So while you guys are getting your camera set up, let's chat a little bit. How's it going? I haven't seen you guys in a while. Jacob gave you guys a bunch of grief earlier, by the way. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. We get it all the time. Yeah, we get it all the time. No, just work's been crazy for me. I run my own business, so it's been insane. Jake just bought a house, so he's been moving and all that. So it's just
it's life.
Yeah, life has gotten in the way. And then
life is
kids and sports and it's all film videos right now.
Well, and I think.
And how old are the kids?
My kids, I have a 15-year-old and then twin 10-year-olds.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Born on the same day.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that, right? It's like what is like. Yeah. So you guys are. Let everybody know. So this is an important thing, right? I'm at 1:00 in the morning here in Washington, and you guys are ahead of me. So what time is it for you right now? Is it 2 or 3?
2:18.
Yep. It's 2:18 in the morning for you guys.
Yeah. I just got to Lumpy's house 30 minutes ago.
I mean, that's pretty stout. You guys show up here at 2:00 in the morning to help us out. That's pretty awesome.
We're here for you, John.
Hey,
this is awesome.
Man, I'm telling you.
Props
it's
to
awesome.
You for putting this together.
We're still famous for the spider murder on our last phone call.
Yep.
My daughter has taken that clip out of that video and TikToked it to all her friends and done her it's like it's pretty funny. That's definitely one of the highlights of my year for sure. I can see your second camera kind of now.
Yeah, why is it not? It keeps kicking us out. It like connects.
I don't know. It might be. Is it a bandwidth thing? I don't know. Now it goes away.
I don't know. We were just going to hang that one up above the table in case you wanted to do some playing.
Yeah. Well, if not, you can hang this one. What is this? Your computer here?
This is a computer.
Ah, okay.
I guess we could angle it down. I don't know.
You could angle it down, sure. I mean, you got to play a little bit of. Oh, there you go. That's perfect, actually. Yeah. The fact we can see it, that's great.
All right. Yeah, that's all right.
Yep. So tell me, where have you all been?
So where have we been
recently?
Where you been? No videos. What's happening?
Yeah.
Just busy with life, kids.
His business is bananas, and then like I said, with him having 3 kids, and then for me buying a house, kidney stones, multiple trips to the ER. Yeah, that's my 8th one. I've had a few. So I know the drill.
You're just getting good at that. God.
Dude, it's not a lot of fun, man. And then we had a trip to Miami planned, and so with the moving and travel and kidney stones and everything else, it's just been. And then this month and next month, I'm gonna have my personal best months for work, November, and then top it again in December. So it's just been nuts.
It's just been crazy. We can't line up. I can line up at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah,
but this is for a good cause. If it's for filming videos, we're not really doing it. So.
Yeah, and then I think our blessing is our curse. Like, we have so much fun making videos together.
Absolutely.
But that also requires that we be together. So
right.
Lumpy's got an idea for a video. He doesn't just shoot it. Or I'm not going to just come over to his house and shoot a craps video in the garage while he's hanging out with his family. So our chemistry it's awesome, and we have a lot of fun with it. Mm-hmm. But it's also during busy seasons, it's tough to kind of line up.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been hard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lost our momentum, so
yeah.
Hopefully we can get it back.
You'll get it back. I mean, look at Jacob, right? Jacob was out for a long time. He had the COVID, and he didn't put anything out. And then it was all football, And then he did like 3 live streams to kind of, hey, I'm going to ease back into this thing. And boom, he's like, everybody, you don't go away. People still love you, and they're waiting and waiting and waiting. And the minute it comes back, it comes back.
Well, yeah.
Well, we missed that guy. We had him for a couple months here this summer, and then moved back to Arkansas. So he had to move as well with COVID and everything else. So yeah, sometimes life just gets tough.
He had a rough COVID too, didn't he? I'm actually going to switch to this view here.
Yeah, he did. It was no bueno for a while. We never got to get that one last casino trip, one last hangout before he moved back to Arkansas.
Yeah, because he had COVID. I left town for a week, so yeah.
He's got to come back. Like, I think just after the new year to come back and get some stuff. And I think you're gonna be in Colorado in January. So maybe the 4 of us could time it up.
Maybe we can figure that out. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be in Arizona at New Year's. Don't tell anybody. We're surprising a friend for her birthday.
Nice.
She'll never know.
I won't say anything.
They don't play craps. They're not watching this anyway. And then we're gonna go through Colorado because we have friends out there. So when I get the dates, I'll let you guys know.
All right.
Absolutely,
man. Would love to come play with you.
Hey, what do you call the things that you sent us? Because those are so
Lammers.
Cool.
Oh, the Lammers, yeah.
Yes, those are awesome.
Lammers, yeah.
Yeah.
So the casino uses the clear ones. They're like the clear acrylic things, right? So the ones that I have now are the custom made ones.
Okay.
Nice.
Do you still have chips?
I think I said John. I think I sent you a chip with the shirt, right?
I've got I've just a shirt. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think I've just a shirt. Yeah. Matter of fact, hang on a minute. I'm remiss. Hold on, right back.
What's up, Rob? Yes, work-life balance.
Yeah. Yes, Rob. Thanks for joining in. Work-life balance.
You guys carry the show for a minute. I forgot to put your shirt on.
Yeah.
There it is. People can't see me, but you can see me.
Thank you.
Hey.
You got to rock the square pair shirt. So I'm going to show folks that I did this because it's fun. See, now I'm rocking. I took big AZs out of my life now, and it's all about the square pair. So that's what's happening there.
I guess all girls get black shirts, I'm guessing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so let's talk about gambling and such. So, this whole thing is about problem gambling, right? That's the whole reason we're doing this, right? So How long have you guys been playing?
Go for it.
You've been playing longer.
I've been playing 7 years now. 7 years. And I would say up until, when did we start our channel? A year and a half, 2 years ago?
We started our channel as soon as COVID hit. As soon as lockdowns hit, we were like, that's the perfect opportunity to hang out a lot and build a table and start a channel.
So you built the table to start the channel?
Yeah,
we did.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We had watched a lot of course, Color Up, of course, but then Wager was he was like my favorite guy, and Lump watches everybody and gets scouting reports on everybody, and he's a wealth of this guy does this guy does that.
Yeah.
But we at that time we'd seen Color Up and Wager and some other ones, and like, man, this would be fun. This is a good excuse to like build this since we can't go to the casino. So, but I've only been playing like maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
But I've been playing poker for a lot longer, but I just got the craps a couple years ago.
Yeah. So, I would say 7 years. And then the knowledge of the game, definitely like once you start watching everybody and then obviously you start practicing, like that's the best way. And it takes away the itch, right? Like if people could just get a practice, like even your table, it's pretty easy, cheap setup, right? And you can just practice, and it kind of takes away the itch to go actually do it. So then you're
100%. I was talking to Greg at 555, and he said to me, and it was interesting. He said it, and I was like, "You got to be crazy," but he's right. He's like, "If I never go to a casino again, I'm okay, because I play craps every single day."
Right.
You know, which is true. Now you guys get to do it together, and I always say like craps sucks by yourself. Like when you're middle of the night, if you're like a degenerate, like you're like, I'm coming to win, right? I'm going to set my alarm for 3:15 in the morning and go to like the shittiest casino in Vegas, play alone and try and win money. That's one thing. But you go with a bunch of friends, that makes craps fun. So me being in my basement doing it, it's okay, but it's not doesn't quite scratch the itch because you're alone.
Not at all. I agree.
And that's where the channel came from, right? To me, the channel was that. It's like, hey, let's do it together live kind of thing. It's the best I can simulate a casino with.
Right.
Dude, I don't think there's anybody who is even close to your level as far as incorporating viewers into the whole experience and conversation as you. I mean, I don't think anybody does it anywhere close to what Pro Craps does.
You put pro in Pro Craps.
That's the truth.
Come on.
I'm serious. Your channel is awesome. I'm so glad.
I'm just having fun. I'm really just having fun. And who was I talking to the other day? Actually, you guys can't. Nobody can see me. I guess I should probably add myself to the scene. Nobody can see me because I'm doing the wrong thing. Hold on, camera. Not that.
Thanks, Rob.
People want to see John, right? A little bit. Probably not.
Yeah, they need to.
There we go. No, so you do this thing and you don't know what you're getting into, and I say this all the time because I'm an instructor, right? I teach computer programming, and so now I don't teach anymore. So I got an upgrade at my job. I'm now the director of curriculum at Code Fellows, where I make the stuff that we teach. So for the last probably 3 months, I've been teaching a lot less, and I love teaching so much. And I teach adults programming, and it's like that's work. This is the same thing, but it's fun. And like when I teach programming, I have to write the application that I'm going to teach them how to write multiple times. And it's like, yeah, you gotta come off like you know what you're doing. So you practice it, and they can ask me any question. I can dive into the answer, and it's like you're accountable to them. Like they're looking to you for the answer. And of course, I've got the answer. I've been coding for 26 years. I know what I'm talking about. But it's like that accountability level that you have with that. Now it's in craps, and it's like you put a channel out, and I was telling Greg, you name yourself Pro Craps, you better be freaking good at what you're doing, right? And it's like I don't need to be like a professional gambler, but I better present well, and talk clearly and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, and again, what you all do is just such a whole different level, right? And it's like I can teach people how to play craps and win and do the thing. You're like, you need to be playing this game because it's fun, right? And my podcast, I talk all the time about craps is a fun game. Bring people in, like bring your wives, bring your, not your kids, but other people's kids. let them all come and learn this game because it's a great game. And you all, that's your thing, man. I mean, we joke about you guys are the funnest game in town, you two specifically, but like this game shouldn't be a nightmare. It shouldn't be hard and it shouldn't be like daunting. Like I think a lot of people look at the table and go, I'm afraid to buy in because it's too complicated. You all make it fun.
Always see that,
And
people just standing back, kind of peeking over. Like,
It's kind of hard to teach. Like my brother-in-law, he was up with us last time we were up with Wager, and he didn't know anything. And it's hard to teach somebody why you're playing. Like I know Vegas does it. I've seen it there when I'm there. Like at noon or something, they'll have like a craps lesson. Or I've invited a couple of my friends over to our table and like, here, just come and we'll go through the basics. That way you don't get upset, but or get nervous or anxious or whatever. But it is the funnest game, and that's why we play. I mean, Ken knows gambling, and everyone talks about money management. You have a profit goal. A lot of guys have profit goal. Most of the time when I'm playing, I'm going there for fun. I'm taking the money that I'm okay with losing. My goal usually is if I can double up, I'm walking off. Like if I get doubled up, I'm walking off. And which happened last time, and Jake wanted to continue to throw. But yeah, no, we went up $400, turned it into like $950, and then I'm like, Jake, I'm doubled up. Where you at? And he's like, I'm not quite there. I want to go one more. So we went all the way around. I pulled my chips off the table, and Jake had to throw one more time, and then he killed himself. He rolled a bunch of 10s. He had a lay 10.
It hurt.
So, yeah. But no, I mean, we mostly go up for fun. It's not to. Obviously, the goal is to make money, but it's more for entertainment.
Yeah, because for us, we have to drive an hour, up to the mountains to play.
Right.
And so if we have a really hot first roll or two, or somebody hits the ATS,
which we've had.
And it's like, dude, we're already way more than our profit goal should be, but we're 20 minutes in and we don't get to come up here near as often as we like, especially with about to be snow season. And it's an hour drive each way in good weather. So, I mean, do you really leave in 20 minutes or are you there to have some fun?
Well, that's what we've talked about. I talk about that a lot with people. Like for me, 20-minute drive, it's no big deal.
Right.
And it's even less than 20 minutes if there's no traffic. It's pretty close for me. So for me, 20 minutes in, 20 minutes out, I'm totally fine with that. And are you going there to make money or win some money? Like there's a different mindset. Like I'm going there to make some money. Like I'm like, I keep joking about I need to get the 4K camera. Like I got to upgrade my game now, right? So I'm going there to make money. I'm going up there to make $750 so I can buy the camera. I'm not going there to have fun and maybe win some money. When I go to Vegas, I'm going there to have fun and maybe make some money.
Right.
Because that's a trip, but it's a destination for me. And like for you guys to drive into the mountains as a destination, 15 minutes in, all you can then do is spend your profits on steak.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when we go to Vegas with our other buddy, him and I will play limit poker, and like that's how we pay for our trips. Poker is for making money. Craps.
Everybody
is for
says that. Yep.
And craps is for comps in case it goes bad. It's for fun. Craps, you're hoping to win money. But we'll go play limit poker and be bored. We'll play the numbers. We'll play the math. And we'll sit there for hours and get massages while we play. And we'll grind. Right. That's how we pay for trips. That pays for shows and massages and our hotel rooms and flights. Poker pays the bills. Craps is way more fun. So I don't know. I just view craps as a different game altogether.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, as Ken said the same thing. Poker's his game. I don't play poker. I probably should learn it. I think I got a pretty good brain. The problem with me in poker, I think, is that I like to have fun and bullshit too much. And I don't know that I have a poker face, or I would, you know what I mean? Or I just probably piss people off. Like, shut up, Baldy. Like, we're trying to take your money here, Yeah.
I'll play house games, but I do not play in the casinos because I get bored. And then I make a stupid play, and I'm like, oh, screw this. Let's go all in. And then I get beat. So,
yeah, see, for me, Baccarat's the game that I play when I want to make money. Well, that's my making money game, because it's pretty. The streak happens in that game, and I'm always ready to catch it, and I do really well at that, but it's boring.
Yeah,
Baccarat is very boring, especially because most of the time you're the only person that's speaking English at those tables anymore, right? So, I mean, it's the way it is, right? Because a lot of Americans just don't play it.
Need to do anything, right? They just flip over cards.
Yeah, and it's a boring game, but you can just collect, and it's like, yeah, I'll rack up and I'll go play craps with it or whatever, or I'll win back my losses on the craps table at that.
Right.
But see, yeah, I mean, craps to me is so unique because it's the only game in the casino where everybody's standing up. You're winning at the same time that a lot of the other people at your table are probably winning on the same similar rolls, same rolls. Whereas poker, it's like, dude, if I win a good pot off somebody, then that guy hates me. You know what I mean? Like, you're not there to make buddies, and
right.
Whereas,
right.
I mean, you're like, come on, you're slapping somebody around who's on a hot streak.
Yeah.
And you don't know about it, but you're
hugging random people, right?
Yeah, like it's a different energy. It's just, poker.
I mean, I broke my finger smacking my buddy's ass all night because we were.
Okay, that wasn't craps.
No, we were celebrating. This chick went on like a 2-hour roll, and she was just hammering the 9, and we were.
It's a whole different kind of shocker right there.
Yeah. Different kind of shocker.
But
so what do you guys, when you go to the casino, what do you play? All the strategies you guys run out there. I know you're playing other people's stuff and trying things out. What is your way?
Lately, I've been on the sister and the neighbor. That's what I've been doing lately.
He loves anything that involves sister. Lumpy's on.
That's
so, I'm the aggressive. Like, I want the big win. So like, I'll do 50 or 90 on the 6 and 8, 50 on the 5 and 9, or 50 on the 4 and 10. And then I don't know. Lately, I just take it down. Like, it hits and I take it down. I don't play for the long roll. If I do, I will do a hybrid. Like, I went and did the $75 DC. Went and did that. I was treading water. Like, I was just breaking even with that one for an hour. And then I'm like, this isn't really fun.
It's not your style.
No, it's not my style. So
craps, you got to do what makes you, what you enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Can't fit in somebody else's box.
I mean, the bubble craps, we'll play the double bubble on the bubble craps.
That is,
I play that
so fun on the bubble craps.
Like, I've been practicing it on my phone, so I'm getting real good at it. So when we go up there,
and I always thought bubble craps was cheesy. Like, dude, why would we go play bubble craps? But until we started doing double bubble on it, but then I was like, this is actually kind of fun because number one, it keeps moving. The game keeps moving. There's not near as much dead. But then, but the challenge to that is if you do have a strategy like double bubble where there's a lot of action, lots of bets, is that timer is like working against you. You got to be quick.
You got to be on it. Yeah.
You got to be on it. But, actually, I've already told him that the next time we go up, which I wanted to be tonight, but didn't happen. I might have a problem. But I wanted to do the boxcars or aces, from your spreadsheet. But I kind of want to try them together, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on that. And then the other thing I want to do is I don't change up my and I think Waylon was saying this earlier in the chat room several hours ago when I was watching. He was telling somebody else, like, don't mix up your dice set a lot. And I stick to the same throw every time. Some nights I have it, some nights I don't. But I'm not one of those guys who changes 50 different throws. I stick with a square pair, and I'm usually good for a square pair. So I told him and Wager that I want to take up, I don't know, $600 or $1,000. Just do a $10 pass line bet, and then pull it like 90 each time on a square pair.
Yeah,
that's literally what I'm playing for. Like, not mess with all. Because sometimes I think the bets you have out there, it may look like more coverage, But in reality, it's just more opportunities where the house is more of an edge on you. But if you know what you throw, stick to your wheelhouse. Look for your pitch, because I know you're a baseball guy. But you know what? These aren't the middle of the boards are not great bets. The house has at least an 11% advantage on anything right there in the middle. But if I don't throw hard sixes, I don't throw hard fours, but I can throw some square pairs. And so I kind of want to try that out and do the aces. But do you have any thoughts?
So I have a set. So I think I did this one day where when I throw the chopper on a hard table. Now my table I switched it out. I'm all cork. So it's like it's bouncy as hell. I can't stop the dice. I'm working on that now. But on a hard surface table, when I throw the 2V set with the chopper, I'm inside numbers. And again, believe dice control or not, I cluster them, the 5 to the 9. If I turn the one die a little bit, like one face forward, so the 6 is on the front instead of on the top, now it's all horn numbers. And I'm like, and I can make it, not that I can make it happen, but it seems to be now I'm throwing horn numbers. I don't know why it works, but it does. So I will, if I'm feeling it, if I'm at a table, I'm like, oh wait, I'm in that zone where I'm throwing the horn numbers. I'm in the 12s. And I will do the progression on a live table if I feel like I'm throwing it that way. But on the bubble craps machines, those things get in pockets. If you watch those machines enough, and you walk by and you look at the strip of what's come out, you can see that thing is clustering, sixes and, from the 6 to the 10 sometimes. You'll see 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? All and like, whoa, it's really in there. Just jump on the 10. If I look on the screen and I see 1 or 2 12s, I'm all over the 12 strategy. Sometimes you'll see 0 12s, and it's not like it's going to come soon. It just won't come. That machine, it's out of rhythm for whatever reason, but you'll see 12s, 4 of them sometimes. And I've sat down, I'll scout that out, sit down there, and for whatever reason, the way those dice bounce and come to whatever, man, you can make money on that thing. It's stupid. It's like dumb luck, but that's what I do.
That is the other thing I do like about the bubble craps is you see what's actually. It's not just your eye test, but you actually have some data on out of the last 50 rolls what's coming. But.
Well, and in most games, what they tell you, and this is true, like roulette's got the what came out last, and baccarat's got the what came out last, and it means nothing. Like the ball doesn't know, the dice don't know. If that same sign was at a craps table, people would think, oh, it's a whatever. It's just there to get you to go to the table. At bubble craps, though, because the dice, they have a rhythm to them in that thing. It's not as random as the craps table is, and they will get into a pocket. And I feel like looking at history on that thing is actually there's some truth to it. Or some measure of history on a bubble craps machine that you say I can kind of see that we're in a trend here, and jump in. I've made more money on that 12 strategy on the bubble craps than on the live table.
Well, then, have you? I don't know if you've watched Rick Let It Rolls, his bubble crap videos. Some of his earlier ones, he would follow the whatever numbers hitting on the dice. So the ones would be hitting. So he would hop any dice combination with a 1 in it.
Yeah.
And then
that's the same theory, I think. I think it's just for whatever reason, those things they get into a groove and it's good. If you can catch the groove, it's all good. So
And their
Skill Luck wants you to play. He wants you to try the $200 don't pass with a 450 lay 9, take down the lay, and place the inside for 50 and 60.
Oh, really? See, here's my problem with the don't pass. I'm like you, where I get above a certain amount and I freak out on the come out. And I hate hedging. I hate hedging too. But a $200 don't pass, all you can do is and say Skill and Luck wants you to lay the 9 all the time, right? Because I think he's got a set. I'll put this up on the screen so everybody can see it. I think Skill's got a set he uses that hides the 9, the way he throws it. Yeah.
I don't trust myself with laying the 9, but I see where he's going here.
Lump throws a lot of
Good
nines.
morning from South Carolina. Hey, I have a beach condo out there. Good morning.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's Brian.
Yeah.
Gainer wants you to hammer the sister, of course, right?
Absolutely. And the double bubble.
Why don't you guys flip the camera down and show us all the double bubble for folks who haven't seen your channel in a while?
Yeah.
Give us a window into it.
Jake brought over a box of bubble gum, and he's like, "How can we incorporate this into craps?"
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. I bought a bubble. I was at Target with my 7-year-old daughter. Saw the double bubble, and I was like, okay. I know there's videos that, dude, and this is the challenge with, and Wagers said this too. I mean, the challenge of coming up with a new strategy in craps, like, dude, it's all been done, man. Like,
yep.
We don't pretend that we have stuff that nobody's ever seen before. But I was like, you know what? I want a little bit different twist on it. You know, like so many people do the Iron Cross, and it just, like, I just tune out when I hear stuff like that. I'm like, oh, another version of that. So I was like, you know what? I want to go lower on the 5, 6, and 8. Lower. All it's going to do is feed the field. Like, that's it. I'm not trying to make money off the 5, 6, or 8. But how can we make the field be a lot more fun and
just
kind of swing?
Yep.
Yeah. Because dude, I mean, if you're going to play light side, then show me a strategy that doesn't have the 6 and 8. You can't. It's all the same. So
right.
Mindset was just trying to think of something different where that's just all it is just basically covering your field bet so you can go back up. But then you're really hoping for those, you know, the 4, 9, and 10 where you are getting that double bubble, that double payout, and really making some good gains there. And then Lumpy, I kind of let him know what I was doing. He's like, well, why don't we craps down under does that 1, 3, 2, 4 progression that I think he uses like the pass line and don't pass. And he's like, well, why don't we do that in the field so we have something to shoot for in the field as well? And
did we do $100 don't pass?
75, I think.
75.
Yeah.
So we're only hoping we need one hit then.
So that was kind of the thought process was trying to not have a fun light side strategy that's actually lower on the 5, 6, and 8. And then have something else, a game within the game, if you will, in the field. Trying to do that 1, 3, 2, 4, because if you get all 4 in a row, then you get 10 times whatever your initial bet was.
4 field hits is tough.
I know, and it took us a while in the video, but then we hit it twice in the video.
Hit it. And we hit it on the bubble craps machine.
Yep.
I don't know, is the camera? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, we're seeing it a little fuzzy. Let it catch up to itself here. I mean, stop my feed. There, you can hear me but not see me.
I don't know. It's not the greatest. Sorry.
It's all good. So we can see your table on your bets. So you're doing $10, so 44 across, 44 inside. Is that what it is?
So yeah,
or you're doing 64 across.
20. So we're 20 on the. Were we at 20 or 15?
Yeah. No, we're at 20 on the field numbers. So 4, 9, and 10 are all at $20. And
I've been playing too much of the bubble craps of this version, so I've dummied it down. But yeah, so 20 on the 4, 9, and 10, and then
10, 12, 12.
10, 12, 12 on 5, 6, 8, 10 in the field.
75.
And $75 don't pass.
Okay.
So.
And all your wins go to the field.
So no, so what you do is you play the Andrew progression on the field. So if the field hits, you're going to go to 3 units, then to 2 units, then to 4 units. But anything else, you can either collect or press, which I think we're not quite hedged with the don't pass. So I would collect the first couple and then start pressing up like the 6 and 8, right? Since we're at minimum on the 6 and 8, we're not really making much on the 6 and 8. So yeah, that's where it's at. And then just try and get as much money as possible.
Sweet.
So we start throwing.
Roll it out.
Do you want to play some, John? Or
I'm just gonna watch.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch you guys do it.
I turned the Wi-Fi off of my phone. Hopefully that'll help with any lag that.
Oh, right away. Bye-bye, $75. 7.
So, obviously, these bets are all off. That was just for setup purposes, but
Speaking of trends, John, here's a trend I want you to start paying attention to. Because I've noticed it lately. If 11 rolls like mid-roll, a lot of times lately a 7 has come right after.
I know it.
Oh
I hate to be like that, like the superstition, but I feel like when I start seeing horn numbers mid-roll, I have this instinct to turn my stuff off because it seems like the 7's going to come. It just seems like it happens. I know it's not real, but yeah.
Yeah,
I have felt the same. I felt the same shiver you're feeling.
Was it?
There we go. Got it back.
There we go. So he started out with 2 7s in a row.
2 7s. Now we're on the 3.
This is a
nice
a 3. So still don't even have a point, but
and Field's not on right now.
No, nothing's on.
Yeah, nothing's on right now.
I can't remember if it was me and Lumpy or me and Wager at a casino like 2 months ago, and this guy was telling us like, yeah, you see, I forget what number it was. There's an 11.
Yo.
So if I have any strategy,
gosh.
any strategy that I'm running, John, I want you to pay attention to this. Any strategy that I come up with, if he rolls, my strategy is screwed. So just pay attention to that trend. You'll see that quite often.
Here,
we still do not have a point.
Toss the dice. Yeah, we still.
I know.
Have the dice.
You had with 7 2 or 7 aces, 3 and.
Sorry. It's been a while. I haven't practiced.
All right.
There's the 9. Meter 9.
All right.
So that's right, because we're not always covered. So we got 20, 40, 50, 60, 70. Yeah, we're just above 75.
And we used to think when we were trying to come up with strategies, like hedge dollar for dollar, and kind of got to the point where it's like, dude, nothing needs to be dollar for dollar, you know?
Boxcars. There we go.
So that's a double.
Double in the bubble.
In the bubble.
That's what it's all about.
Yep, right there.
So
that's perfect because then that doesn't take out of your rack.
Yeah, because
that's now we're going 30 on the field.
So
and from the payment, which is great.
Yes, because the power press 11.
Yo,
there we
go.
go.
11.
Come on,
field winner.
Field winner. So
fantastic.
Guarantees the field is profitable now.
Yep.
So
then we go down to 2 units.
It goes down to 2.
Yeah,
so
2.
And then you can rack all the reds. One thing we were doing is if we got a little momentum going, especially after seeing 2 7s early, I would probably go up 1 unit on the 6 and 8 just to make them a little more profitable. Because right now, if they win, you're going to get paid 14. You're going to lose a $10 field bet. So you win $4. If I see a couple 7s, I'm probably pressing because we haven't seen a 6 or 8 yet.
Yeah, but you want to rack the first hit, then that gets you above water. Like if 7 comes, right, then you have some profit.
Yeah, but that's one thing we were doing is, you know, eventually trying to press up 6 and 8 1 unit just so you're getting paid $11. And so
there it is. See, you said the bad word.
Glad I didn't press it up.
You said the bad word.
But yeah, I don't know.
How much did we start with? Do you know?
No, because when you placed them out there, you didn't do it from the rack.
Oh, great. So fantastic.
Bank betting? Is that what you're doing?
What's that?
You're doing some bank betting there?
Yeah,
bank betting.
pretty much.
Yep. I have no idea what we started with.
Well, it was 600 in the rack, and then whatever the layout was.
All right, you do the rollout. I'll set it up.
John, I still want to do. We still want to do a video with you where we each have a bet that the 3 of us have to incorporate into one strategy.
Yeah.
I still think that'd be a lot of fun to try to come up with something together with all 3 of us. You know, all right. Hey, I want this bet incorporated into the strategy. Okay. And then you've got this, and Lump's got that. And what can we do with these? I just think it'd be so much fun to try. Lumpy and I know how each other think really well, but it'd just be fun with third person.
Yeah, we can do it any night. I mean, I still haven't done a cocktails and craps in forever since our show, probably. So
Really?
that's a good time to do that. One thing I'm really into right now is transition strategies, where I'm taking my winnings and reinvesting them somewhere else. Like for example, if you had your bets at the $30 level,
Okay.
so 20, let's say you're like 110 inside,
Okay.
and take the hit, rack the green, and put $10 in the don't come, and transition your caps basically into don't come bets. And I'm doing a lot more of that kind of stuff where I'm getting 7 power growing as we go versus at the outset. So
do you keep the don't comes going or just a certain amount?
yeah, no, with every win. So if I'm in the inside, every win I get, I'll take the caps and just keep cycling don't come bets with it. Because it doesn't cost you anything, but you're getting seven wins on that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Do you take down your place bet?
Yes and no. It depends on what. If my strategy is to hit and run, another 7. Oh my god.
We are out of practice, John. We are out of practice.
God, you're rolling like I do right now. No, there's a strategy that we play called the Butterbird.
Your color up right now.
No, a strategy that we play where we take the place bet, pull it right down, and then recycle. Sometimes I'll do same bet, recycle. Just depends. Yep.
Hot 10.
There you go.
All right.
Skill wants to know if you guys are doing a broadcast at the sports bar Jacob talked about. I'm guessing not because Jacob's not there anymore. Jacob's now back in Arkansas.
He's back in Arkansas.
Yeah, he is. No, we did that once, and just with the schedule, trying to line it up, it was not happening.
And it was super loud in the sports bar because they've got TVs going, people are cheering at the different games. So it was.
We would have had to invest some money into mic and headphones and all that. So
we are not pro creps. We don't have those kind of technologies.
Right. And we don't have a money management. Scrapper! Hit the like button, subscribe.
There it is, John.
All right.
Third roll. Shot forever. So that's a strategy I really want to do. I want to go up there and play, and I need to get your advice because I want to play the 2s and 12s. Can you play them at the same time? And then let's say you hit a 12, 10 rolls in. Are you done with the 12? Are you just riding the 2 out? Like, do you ever combine the 2?
You know what? If I'm combining the 2, I probably play them independently. So I would run and whenever I hit one of them, I'd start it over at $1. Right? So I start the process again. But if the 12 hit but not the 2, the 12 could be at $1, the 2 could be at like 8.
Okay.
But you're gonna need like $600 just for that strategy though to get it to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you need $300 for each of them to go through the whole progression.
Yeah.
Have you tried that one at a casino?
I haven't done both at the same time. I've only done just one or the other.
Scrapper! This is how I know what Jake's on. So, quick tip, John. If I forget to tell you this when we play together, if Jake throws a 5 or an 8 within the first 3 rolls, generally a good roll. If he doesn't, pull all your money off the table. Start hopping.
So he starts off strong. It's going to be okay.
I believe dice control. Like control is the wrong word. Influence for sure is the right word. I believe you can influence it to a certain set of numbers. Like if I throw a certain set, I know these numbers are more likely to hit than not, right? So, but yeah, if Jake doesn't hit, there it is, a 5 right there. See, this is how I know he's on. Like when
he's on now, he's warmed up.
When
George will tell you, and George is on next. George will tell us all about. He's an experienced shooter, and he'll tell us his thoughts on how that actually works. Like for me, I don't like the word dice control because I don't think anybody can control them.
Right.
But I, you know me. I'm an energy guy. I'm all about keep them low, keep them slow, and minimize the amount of things that can go wrong to give myself a better chance. And I think George does that, but also with better control in the air.
Oh yeah, I watched him the other night. He went 51 rolls. I mean, that's insane.
51.
Yeah.
Neener niner.
That's a double bubble.
He's in the green room watching you guys right now, actually.
Field winner. Yeah. That was impressive watching him the other night. But that's just it. You got to practice it, right? So.
Yep.
But
well, there's a guy
like
that practices. That guy practices more than I work. I think he's unbelievable.
I will put when Jake's throwing. That's all I'll bet. I'll bet an 8 and a 5. That's all I'm going to bet on Jake.
But if
you're on the 3 now, right? On the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was bank stealing. I had to get it from the rack. 6.
Oh, that was too short.
6 easy. All right. So
man, we haven't got to play in forever.
I'm just throwing down 4.
And we're in a garage and it's like 30 degrees.
Yeah, so. It's freezing in here.
I don't know if that affects how the dice are bouncing.
It is. Humidity level. There's no
humidity. Yeah.
Yo 11.
Oh, we got our porn stars back in the chat again. Good Lord.
What's that?
Oh, we got our porn stars back in the chat again.
Man, those guys all night.
Seriously, right? All night they've been doing it.
I'm going to go, since Jake's throwing, I'm putting 5 on the square pair.
Should have been on there a long time.
I know, we should have been. We hit 2 of them. Ah, there we go, 7 out.
Of course.
Yep, I just jinxed it.
John, when you're playing for fun.
I don't think we won any money there.
If you're going to play for fun and not just trying to just pure grind, not pure grinding, what kind of strategy are you playing if you're going to have
if I'm just trying to have fun, what I'll do is I'll do a regression. So I'll go usually either 220 inside or 320 across for one shot. Wow. Right? I'll just lay it out there and I'll go right down to 64 inside or 64 across rather, and I'll press to the ceiling. When I want to have fun, it's a big one hit, regress down to minimum, and then I just go for it. Because that's fun. I think pressing is fun. But I don't like doing it when it's my money.
Are you Are you on so when you're trying to make money, are you doing the Hedgeless Horseman or
No. That's my Hedgeless Horseman is I bring that in when I first walk to the table and when I'm first shooting, because I don't know what I'm gonna throw like that day. And it's a way for me to kind of feel the table out and feel out my throws without any danger. So It's a good kind of walk up, kind of feel the mood of the table strategy. But when it's time to play, it's 220 or 320, one hit, and then I go 64 across, and I will press up, and I'll do like a mid press after I get up to the quarter level, and that's what I do. And to me that's fun when you're catching a good roll. The problem with that, of course, is that you can get whacked for 320.
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely.
On the PSO. But hopefully by the time you get to that point, you're warmed up and you're feeling pretty good about it. And that's pressing is fun. And so if I'm grinding, it's the Horseman. If it's shitty table, don't pass. And that's what I typically do. If I'm looking to like earn a living or like make money today, then I'm much more conservative, where I'll take a place bet hit, pull the hit and the win down, or the win and the place bet down. And sometimes I'll even do that with the sister. I'll pull the 6 and the 8 both down if one of them hits, and just try and like cut and run and rinse and repeat that process. That's actually the El Toro random roller strategy, where you go across and you take 3 hits and you pull down the sisters.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with
very safe.
Yeah, I love that strategy. Like we did a video on that where you go 160 across and then take away the greens and leave the reds if you're at a $10 table.
The lumpy regression.
Exactly.
Yep.
Did you want to do a sister one?
No, but we need a $10 field bet.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to show like a sister strategy that you like. Or
no.
All right,
but you should throw 100 on the 9 right now.
Back wall, ace.
Say guys.
Here.
Perfect. That pays for our progression. Let's go. We got to hit this progression right here.
All right.
Here it is.
Come on, Love.
$100 9 right here.
Settle this dice control debate once and for all right here. 7 out. I guess you settled it.
We are so out of practice.
Oh my God, that was great.
Yep.
We're gonna
John,
sell the dice control debate, and then he throws a 7. That was awesome.
I'll show you. It's simple, and I'm sure people have a variation of it.
The table.
No doubt. If we were going to play tonight, if you were going to throw, I told Lumpy which one I was going to do. As far as $90 on the 6 and 8, one hit, and I'll probably run it with a DP, but one hit pays you 105, right? So when you get to 105, don't take it from the bank, you get in trouble. But from your rack, drop a nickel, and then you can do 110 inside. But it's kind of similar to what you were saying a minute ago.
Yep.
You know, the whole, hey man, if I
the only worry that I've got with that kind of a thing is that you've only got the 6 and the 8 covered, so you're exposed for probably 2 or 3 rolls before one of them hits. Whereas going across for more, you at least reduce the number of rolls you have to face.
Right. But what's the stat on the likelihood of a 6 or 8 hitting before a 7 hits? Isn't it about a coin flip, or is it a little bit better?
Well, on average, the 6 or the 8 hits one of them hits one time about 20% of the time before a 7.
That's it?
That's it.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Damn.
The 6 or the 8, I think it's like 23 or 24% of the time one of those 2 numbers hits. It's pretty low. And in the 7, the PSO is 28%.
So you're more likely to get a PSO than
the 6 or an 8. Absolutely. Which makes sense. I mean, the 7's easier to roll.
Yeah.
Right, but there's 6 ways to roll 7, right? And there's 10 ways to roll 6 or 8. It doesn't seem like that math works. Right?
Yeah, but so what I did is I ran. Well, remember 6 or 8 each, right? They're 20. Did I say or? I meant and.
I'm talking about.
So 20.
I'm talking
it's yeah. So it's 20. It's like 24% chance of the 6, 24% chance of the 8, 28% chance of the 7.
Got okay. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's about a 50% chance you're going to roll a 6 or an 8, which is what I was going to.
Right.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah, that math doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, because you got 10 ways.
Right. But what happens is, but if you think about that, that's a 50% chance you're not going to see them either. So if your strategy only has 6 and 8 on it, then half the time you'll never see those numbers get hit. Whereas if you had the other numbers covered, the other half is you're covered by the other numbers. And that's why I'd rather take the bigger risk for a shorter period of time. That's my gut says go big for short versus go smaller for longer.
Right.
That's my risk tolerance.
Yeah.
I got
for
you.
Sure.
Well, I'm a don't.
Sure.
I'm a dark player. Like I love playing the don't. It doesn't bother me. People get all superstitious and get mad. Like, hey, dude. I mean, to me, that's.
I don't care about that at all.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if you think my bet is changing how you roll, then you're the crazy one. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah. For sure.
But
Totally.
I'm playing the don't with it, so for some sort of hedge. But I like that idea, which is again similar to yours, but not as spread out. I want to do it, in one hit and be there.
And I will also, and I know people think I'm nuts, but I will consider pulling a don't bet down. Like when there's a point in time where you're even. Let's say you've got 100 on the don't and you're 160 across, right? And you take a hit. Maybe you take 2 hits, right? So you've won $70. So you're 160, but you've won 70, and you have $100 here. So if you pulled everything down, you'd be ahead by $70.
Sure.
Right? If you pulled your don't bet out, you're still ahead by $70. You're guaranteed to win what you have in your rack. Right? So you can now go fully in on the light side and press without fear.
Absolutely.
Right? If you left both bets out there, you're going to lose one of them. You're going to be breaking even. So I will either pull a don't or I'll pull the place bets and just stay dark, or I'll just stay light. But I think once I get even, I make a decision. I'm like, which way am I going to spin?
Right.
Just how the tables.
So
the problem is if you really want to make money at craps, it's not fun. Because that's just it. Get your money and get out. So if you get 1 or 2 hits, then be done. but it's not fun.
Well,
So-
and then as soon as you pull off, it's a 25 roll, 30 roll, and it's like, dude.
And then you're like, I just missed the best roll of the night.
Right, yeah.
And yeah.
I need 70.
Well, I mean,
like,
think about it. If you did 320 across, right, and got a hit, that's $70 in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Right. Which is like we say, it's how much money per hour is that? That's more that's where greed and discipline fight each other. At that moment, when you say, hey, I got $70, I'm going to take it down and go across. Well, now you've got zero. Where you just a minute ago had a steak dinner in your hand.
Yep.
Or whatever. And it's hard to like, I think, who was it? Charlie that was saying it earlier about, making it about food. Like that's 100 Big Macs or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you got to remember that. And that's hard to remember.
Right.
Or hard to like put your teeth into that because you worked hard. You put 320 out there and take a hit. That was hard work.
That was.
Yeah. And it wasn't fun. There's nothing fun about having $320 out there at risk for, 2 dice flying in the air. So.
Oh yeah. Well, when we were in Vegas last time, me and our friend, we lost $600 in 10 minutes. It was horrible. It was awful. But yeah, this is a great cause, and the addiction is real for gambling. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm super addicted. If I wasn't married, I would probably be really broke. But my wife is like, this is all you get, and you can only go up so many times. So
yeah,
that's smart. I mean, if you can't manage your own money, then put it in her hands, right? That's actually really smart.
Yeah, it is. I mean, she'll make me I'll have to give her my ATM card and all that. So it's real, dude. And for me, it's not about the money. It's just the fun. Like,
it's the rush of it. Yeah, for sure.
It's the rush of, especially craps, man. Oh, I love it when the table just starts cheering and jumping. It's so much fun. So
there's nothing like a hot craps table, is there?
Oh yeah. No, nothing. It's insane. So this is awesome, John. Thanks for having us on. I don't know if
you got it. Thanks for getting up at 2:00 in the morning. I love it.
That's still have time or no? I don't know.
No, we're I have George waiting for you now. So yeah.
Sorry,
cut
George.
it.
George is eating.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, Jorge.
I appreciate you guys being here and staying up so late.
Appreciate it.
Love it. And we'll do a strategy session at some point. Let's find a schedule that works for you guys. I'm open now, so I don't work nights anymore. So
okay.
I'll work against your schedule. So whatever works out, let me know and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
And then you let us know when you're up here in January if you can.
We'll do, of course.
2 or 3 hour drive. So all right, man.
All right, brother. See you guys later.
Yep.
Thanks.
Later, John.
Yep. All right. Let's go check the leaderboard here and see where we are. I'm going to go here and look and see. I don't know if anybody's donated since. I don't think so, since the last check. Let's see, though. I'm going to refresh on the auction site, which, again, is going to be bit.ly/craftstash-auction. Link is in the top of the video. It's also in the description for it. Making a little. I still got to see a bid here. I need a bid on that color up layout. I need a bid on that owl picture. And we want to see the El Toro light get up a little higher than that. Right? These are amazing items. The big AZ trip. Need our first bid on that one as well. So put the challenge out there to everybody. We're getting into the overnight hours now, so it's going to be a lot of our Aussie friends. I see gainers here. I expect we'll start seeing some of the folks from Ireland and England coming in soon. So that's cool. Let's look at the other leaderboard and see the actual number of dollars donated. We're at 909 last time. We're still at 909. So we're inching in on the $1,000 threshold, which is fantastic. So again, overnight momentum. Here we come. Let's do a quick commercial break. We'll look at the NCPG one more time, and then I'll hook up with George here, and we're going to talk about some dice. I have a feeling. See you in a minute.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right. Here we are with our last guest of the night. I'm going to bring George from CY on here in just a second. We are burning through our hours here. After George, we have a little break in the action. From 3 o'clock my time till 6 o'clock my time, there's no guest scheduled, so it'll just be me here, chatting away, maybe having a little snack, talking to you all in person. We can do whatever we want to. We have 3 hours to kill, so... and then we'll pick it up in the morning, my morning, with Craps Master Journey, Wizard of Oz, little light fantasy craps. It's going to be fantastic. But in the meantime, let's bring George in. I'm going to go ahead and switch screens here. Let's put George on full screen. That's my table. We want to see George's table. Let's go and pick this. Hey, George, can you hear me okay?
That's not my table.
There you are. I got you. We got you. Whole table live.
Okay.
I'm gonna add my video to this too here. So let's go ahead and add me in. Sure. I gotta find my. Where is it? There's the camera. Let's make this look like me. Come on. There we go. All right. Now we're talking together. How's life? How's life?
Life is good. It's actually 12:20 in the afternoon, so we're wide awake here while you're burning through the midnight oil. And my first question to you is, how are you keeping up?
I'm doing fine. I don't sleep much. You know, people think I'm crazy, but I go to bed most nights at about this time, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And I typically lay in bed and I'll watch a YouTube video. A lot of times I'll watch you, then I'll have my snack, then I'll go to bed. And I get up at like 6:30. You know, so I get about 4 hours a night anyway. So this is not much. It's going to be tough in the morning, I think, to kind of get over that hump. But I'm a programmer. You know, programmers. We pull all-nighters all the time. So I'm used to burning the midnight oil a little bit. The only thing I worry about with this whole thing is my voice. Like by about 4 o'clock tomorrow, I imagine I'll be pretty sore throat.
Yeah,
So
you'll
it'd
be
be-
talking throughout the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interviewing everybody pretty hard right now. Tomorrow might be a lot of like, let them talk. Hope I can.
Well, we're
survive
going
that.
to give you I think we're going to give you a 2-hour break during Life at Scraps.
Yeah, exactly. I might even close my eyes a little bit. We'll see.
Okay.
So that'll be a good one. So.
Yeah. So what do you want to talk about today?
Oh, we have so much to talk about, George. So, you know what's funny? You're actually a good use case for what I want to talk about, because I've been talking a lot about this this notion of going to the casino with different goals, right? So for me, because I live, 20 minutes away from a casino, I can go whenever I want. I can jump in there. Like we were just talking, I can throw 320 out there, take one shot, make my $70, and come home, and I'm okay with that. Right? If I do that three days a week, whatever, it's okay, right? And I can inch my way up to where I want to be. You don't have any casinos where you live, and you have to fly, and it's like a vacation, and you're there for 2 weeks. You're not looking to win $70 and not go back, right?
No, I think proportionately, people who gamble wisely put some money aside that they don't really need for their household expenses, for taking care of their kids, etc., for providing the basics. And I just do the same. I just do it over a longer period of time until my next visit to the casino. So the bankroll considerations are very different for me as opposed to somebody who has a casino 20 minutes away. I only do it once a year at most, and it's always been in Vegas. So you can understand the bankroll and the bets are very different, because I need to, not really need to, I would like to make the profits that actually make it worth my while coming there.
Sure.
But as I progressed and practiced more, it's.
Oh, we lost you. Uh-oh. Let me write him a note real quick. Lost you. Oh, here he comes back. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm here.
Yep. Yeah, I got you.
Just,
Yep.
As I was saying, the considerations have become very different. I just want to be a better shooter, and it's become more of a purist thing for me as opposed to anything else. Let me just see if I can turn this camera around for you. Ah, Christ. And a bit up. Yeah, should do it. Yeah, I think I'm here. Yep. So basically, that's where I started focusing a lot more on learning how to throw a bit more properly and trying to understand what my dice are doing. And I guess that's the difference between my channel and others. Mine is boring because I don't talk about strategy, whereas other people, they focus on how to get the most out of every single dollar. I try to improve my shooting.
Oh no. We'll get him back here in a second. Looks like we're having a tough time with the feed. Here he is again. All right, you're back again.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening. We're losing connection all the time. I have almost a T3 line here. I'm losing connections. So anyway, I try to learn first of all for myself and then share it out with people at no cost. I don't think in charging anything to anybody simply because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the words dice control, dice influence. What I believe in is you can learn to understand mechanics of your own throw, dice mechanics. And that's the only thing I try to share with people.
The mechanics of it. So that's yeah, you call yourself an experienced shooter versus a dice controller. I agree that the word dice control is loaded, the loaded term, because people, it's got a negative connotation, right?
It's not that. I think if you say you're a dice controller or you're trying to teach people how to control the dice or influence them, there's an element of marketing in it. It's just an undertone of marketing, which I don't really subscribe to. I believe that you can sort of teach your muscles to throw in a certain way, and your job is finished once the dice hit the felt. That's that. The fact that you have thrown them in a certain way consistently and have taken as many of the variables and made them constants to the point where the dice touch the felt, that's enough. And that's more than enough and more than anybody can do. The rest is how the dice react to the back wall and how the results pan out. Does it work? I would say yes, it does, because I was throwing dice for a long time now, and especially doing it live for transparency purposes. And when 2021 started, I decided to record all the rolls that I did on my lives. And I think I stopped about 5 or 6 months in, and I had accumulated something like 26,000 throws. As far as profits were concerned, it was something crazy, like $220,000 or whatever. Right. But the interesting thing was I had an SRR of 8 point something. I can't remember the statistics. An SOR of about 11 point something. So all the basic KPIs were exceeded by, let's say, 20%, 30%. And just following on from a video you did, if we affect how wing craps brings the 7, if you lower the amount of 7, etc. Right. Basically, by extrapolation, this is what would happen. My way of doing this actually threw the dice 26,000 times live, so that there is a lot of transparency. And I guess if people want my spreadsheets, they can have a look at them, and then I have dates of the throws, the results of the throws, etc., etc. The funny thing was that the biggest edge that I had was not on the 6s and 8s, not on the 5s and 9s, but on the snake eyes, 3 craps, 4, 10, 11, 12, which is really silly to talk about. But at the same time, I did not throw so many 7s. In fact, I was something like 60% lower 7 than they expected. It's hard work. It's really hard work, and I think people see. And there is so many elements to a good throw. And one of the elements which people don't talk about is the psychology side of things. And how to deal with a bad result, whether you actually learn from it and adjust what you're doing, or whether it just gets in your head and just destroys your concentration and focus that you need. The rest is just small, tiny adjustments. A lot of people just throw great, and I just see very small things that they do, and that spoils the whole shot. other than that, they're amazing shooters. And I write little messages in Skype, and I tell them, we have this saying in Craps Nation, see something, say something. That's how I always start. Please don't take it the wrong way. But I've noticed during your throat that you do this thing. And some of them are perceptive to what I say and try it out, and it works. Others, I think they disregard me. There is also the element of pride. People pride themselves as being good shooters, and it's very difficult to be open to somebody coming and saying, well, you're doing this a bit wrong. So yeah, that's my story, I guess.
Did you, I don't know the answer to this. Did you take lessons, or did you go to like seminars, or how did you kind of get like started or learned or whatever to get going?
I think everyone has a similar story on how they got into craps. They went to the casino. A friend of theirs told them, take the dice, throw them. They did great, being completely random at it. Everybody was cheering them at the table. They got into that sort of addiction of the hype and feeling like, the greatest person at the table. And you get hooked. You get hooked on that vibe, I guess. But the next time you throw, you realize that you point 7 out and everybody's upset with you. So that's how I started sort of researching everything. And what I was finding on YouTube at the time was quite limited. We had the 5 or 6 videos by GTC that they were teaching the very basic things. And I started following that and just doing exactly what they were saying without knowing why I'm doing it. It's one thing to just follow blindly somebody who says something on YouTube, and it's another thing to actually get to the why am I doing this? Why does it make a difference to pick up the dice like so, as opposed to just shaking them and throwing them? So it took me a long time to realize, and it took me a long time to actually look at the dice, to actually take them in my hand and look at them and just, see what they're doing. And once I did that, it's kind of a new world developed for me, and I started understanding why GTC and all the people were saying what they were saying. To answer your question, somebody who is a very knowledgeable teacher was watching my channel. And at the time I was using this very weird grip. It was a 1.5 fingers at the front hybrid. And I was throwing from the tabletop. And he says to me, you have great consistency, but please let me teach you the proper power shot. And through a series of messenger videos that we did, he actually made me understand a lot of the simple things that I was missing. Very simple things. And from then, it took me about 6 months to actually become comfortable throwing the power shot. It's a very difficult shot if you do it correctly. It has a lot of micro adjustments that you need to get right. And it did take me a long time, but this is what it takes to be more experienced. It requires persistence, perseverance, being able to take the sevens and sort of examine why it happened. A lot of people don't answer the why. I try very hard to answer the why dice behaved in the way they behaved. Sometimes it's out of your control. There are times, though, that you could actually have made a difference by the way you held the dice, by the way you released the dice, and things like that. So, yeah, that's my story. I'm becoming more and more experienced and more sort of relaxed and confident in what I do, as opposed to 5 years back.
That's interesting. So, you only throw par, right? Or the par style
Yes.
shot, right? Which is the 3-finger grip,
Yeah.
backhand release, and that's it. So, and you've developed, and you're good, right? I watch you almost every night, right? And you're super consistent with the way that you throw it. Now, other people throw it other ways, right? You know that I tend to like the helicopter style, right? The more vertical spinner. And I'm also working with G-Dub on the underhand, because from either side of the table or from the back row, I throw different ways. Not so much about the adjustments that you make with those different types of shots, but how is it possible that those different kinds of shots can also achieve kind of consistent results? I guess that's when I looked at my own shots under the slow-mo, I'm like, man, they all look wonky, because it's me. I'm still new at this, right? But the action from your hand is different because they're spinning in different directions, either forward or backwards or horizontally. And not so much am I wasting my time with trying 3 shots, but more of how can 3 different spin types have any effect on the output, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, what isn't one way the right way, or are we just, if you groove into another way, you can still make that work?
Okay, so to answer that question in a very general way, I would say there is no one shot that works for everybody. I remember back in the day, Elton was telling us that his elbow was so short that he couldn't throw a par shot. He had to develop a shot that worked for him. So to sort of conceptualize the idea of becoming more experienced is that stick to one shot, whatever that is, whether it's a helicopter or whatever, and take as many variables out of the equation and make them constants. So, for example, where the position you pick up your dice from, make it the same. The position you start throwing from, make it the same. Your landing zone, make it the same. These are the few things that you can actually control. And the adjustments themselves, they will start, cropping up. You will see that, well, one of my fingers should be lower or higher, regardless of the shots. You will learn to pick up the dice in such a way that you're forcing your fingers, you're forcing your core, you're forcing the shot to replicate itself. But as I said, you can only do damage or have control up to the point you land the dice. After that, you've done all you can. And it's just a matter of how consistent you throw to get consistent results.
How does it happen? So, I did this series on, and I'm done with the series yet, but I've got more to do. When we look at the slow-mo, how does, and we all agree, right? Hit the deck, then that's when it goes where it's going to go. You can control it, and hopefully you've got it like in the right spot, and they land flat, and they're hitting the back wall is squarely. When you see a slow motion shot, how do you make an adjustment off of, because they do go sideways and in all directions, right? So when we lose control after that first hit, what adjustment can you make that would affect what's going on in that random phase, I guess it's called, right?
Right. So there's a debate between people saying about you have to be on axis, off axis. At the end of the day, when you're at the casino, what you want is non-selling results, right? But during practice, being on axis or trying to be on axis is very important for you because you have a benchmark. That is it. If you're consistently going off axis, then you have to exclude certain sets, families of sets, from being in your arsenal. So what you try to do is actually become better at throwing on axis. Why do you do that? Because you start understanding what double pitch really means, what implosions, explosions mean, and how you're causing them. And the partial is really the perfect example because it's the easiest to understand the why. If you double pitch, 90% of the time your middle finger is not having contact with both dice equally. If you correct that simple thing, you're fine. Or your thumb is pushing the dice and splitting them open. That's the explosions I keep talking about. So these are the two simplest adjustments. And if you rewind the whole thing to the beginning where you start gripping the dice, if you grip them properly, then the result is going to be a better result. So I'm just giving you examples of the why things happen.
Sure.
If you develop a way where you throw an axis and you limit your sevens to double pitching, then it's really easy to control it. Just make sure you have more feeling on your middle finger how it's placed between the two dice. And that kind of simplifies life a lot. Now with your throw, it's a lot harder for you to judge. But I'm sure as you throw it more, you will understand what your grip has done to cause that seven, or what the toss itself has done to cause that seven. And yes, we do have, it's like contributory negligence to the seven. It's not only the back walls, but we are to blame as well for the seven. That's all I'm saying. You cannot hold the dice for 5 hours with no sevens, or never 7 out. It's going to happen. Part of being experienced is how you deal with the seven. Do you take a lesson from it? Even if you don't 7 out. I had my friend Henry from Silent Shooters Crabs. He was at the table with me, and he was tracking my rolls, and he was warning me. I was throwing V sets and I was going off accident. He says to me, "Stop! You have to go hard ways." 2-3 times I didn't listen to him. The third time I listened to him, and it was a longer roll. Simple things, but it does take a lot of experience. I don't know whether I'm making sense here, but it does really take a lot more experience for people to understand dice behavior and what our grip, our toss, our follow through has to do with the result. We contribute to ourselves. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it all makes sense the way you explain it. Where I struggle to see it, I guess. And again, I know I'm new, but when you say on axis, I picture the dice staying on axis all the way through the hit, the wall, and the landing again, but they don't, right? When they hit, they hit the table, and then they do this in the air, and you're like, well, I've lost control. And are you saying that that's where your grip, if I'm gripping it wrong and I'm getting an explosion, you're seeing the explosion in the result, but really it happens on the first hit. And after the first table hit is when that's where your decision gets made, really. Is that right?
No. The explosions, basically, you have your dice. I don't know whether I can show them closer. You're holding your dice.
Yep.
And if you push them, you're going to do it on release. And you're going to open them up to the 1, 6, 7. And they will fly like that with a hard 6.
So you're saying in the air, you're getting the explosion in the air. Okay.
Exactly. This is where the bad things happen most of the time. It's before you actually land the dice, you make the mistake.
So when you're saying double pitch, you're seeing the double pitch because in the air, one of them is spinning faster. Not
asynchronous.
They hit,
They're
and then you get a double pitch.
Yeah. They're out of sync completely. Because if you throw your dice with a constant rotation, same velocity, they travel together. That's what we call it. Oh, they're so married, they stay married together. Have you heard that? So if they stay married together, the chances are that the rotations, once they hit the wall, it's going to be a constant sort of velocity, following Newton's law. To a reaction, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Yes, they might go to different directions, but that action and velocity and momentum is exactly the same on both dice. So they are going to split apart and they will continue with the same energy until they give you the result.
Right. Yeah, and then you're fighting the back wall, because then if they do go separate, one might hit perfectly square, one might hit on an angle.
No, I was
right. Yeah.
I was talking about the back wall because you hit the table the same way, then approach the back wall with the same velocity on both dice in sync, and then they will go off at an angle, whatever the angle might be, but they still carry the same energy, therefore the same rotations. So the chances of them, I'm not saying it's impossible for them to seven, but the chances of them becoming a seven become a lot less. I always say this on my lives, the difference between a perfect shot and a seven is 19 millimeters. It's just
right.
So small. You know, you have to really be realistic. You're trying your best. And there are times that the 19 millimeters are not in your favor.
So in the last video that I did, when I broke them down slow-mo style, I looked at a couple of guys who, I don't have any of yours in slow-mo that I could find, right? So I found two people that the shots looked pretty good to me, hitting the table, and they were married pretty good. I thought those shots were perfect. They were totally married, and when they hit, they went sideways. They hit the table and went sideways before they hit the back wall even. Did you see something in those shots that they were off a little bit, or was it just what am I missing there? Because what I saw and what I broke down was when the dice hit, all 6 faces were available and to be up versus only 4, which is what I would expect with an on-axis shot, right? So how do you reconcile that piece of it? Because that's the part that my brain can't do the math on, right? I'm like, how is it less than random to do that? When I see it, I'm like, man, that just looks crazy. Yet I still see results. I'm with you. Like, I can change my set, stay consistent, and see pockets of numbers. And I don't understand how it works.
All right. So that video that you showed, I think is a beautiful shot of the dice staying together. But there is a flaw in that as well. They were too married together. So once they landed, they kissed. They kissed each other, and the explosion came from the kissing of each die. Then they opened up. Okay? They still carried the same velocity. Unfortunately, being so close together does have its disadvantages. So there is no perfect shot. There is optimal shots which have sort of some separation between them so that they don't interact on collision with the felt. And then you get those shots where they're 1 in 100, where the dice hit the table, go up, and then kiss in the air. How can you deal with that?
Right. Yeah, well, with the helicopter shot happens all the time. Yeah, my helicopter shot, that happens quite a bit because the way they land sometimes. It's like they'll sometimes land on top of each other.
Yeah.
You get a natural sort of landing kiss like that. I think some guys try for that. I know that, like, I think El Toro might be a guy who does this kind of a knuckleball sort of a shot.
It's an inline shot.
He tries to get them to land where one kind of pounds into the deck the other one.
Correct. Yeah, and it's this kind of shot is ideal with sort of tables where you have a lot of bounce, because the first die comes onto the table, it lands, tries to go up, and the other die comes and hits it back. So one die cancels the energy of the other, and it's an amazing shot. It's usually a very high toss, and it's like a dead cat shot. It's usually done inline. You have them inline and throw them. I've seen it done very successfully, but it's quite every shot has its difficulties, and it's you need to spend a lot of time to do it. Would very much like to know that shot, but I think one is enough. partial is enough for me.
So yeah, and the reason why I'm like El Toro, the reason why I do the different shots is because if I'm on the right side, I've had shoulder surgeries, so I can't really get my arm right. So I had to go underhand to make it so I could even move my arm right, and it's worked out for me from that. And I actually like the underhand toss a lot. I find that when they hit the deck with a forward spin, they hit the back wall really hard, but for some reason that extra speed they get from going forward just makes them stop really fast. And I'm big into like how fast can I make them stop.
Right. So
as my primary goal, right?
There's a really great thing about forward spin as opposed to back spin. And that comes when you have tables with some bounce. Because forward spin does not get affected by the bounce. In fact, they just plod along without any resistance from the table. And that's really good. When they hit the back wall, that forward spin goes against the energy. So the energy dissipates. So they come back and they finish very close to the back wall. It's a really nice shot. I used to do something
opposite of what you think. It's opposite what you think. But when I first learned it, I'm like, how is this happening? Because it seems like it should be the opposite of that, but they just die. Amazing.
Yeah. So I used to do this shot whereby I would go like that, throw like that, so that I would create that forward spin. It's more difficult. So you come from high and your hand goes low to the table to release. And I've noticed that on surfaces which are sort of more bouncy, it works better because they agree with the bounce and they go forward and they spin to the back wall and they stop. There's an energy dissipation, but still exactly the same. Partial for me. It's agreeable with most surfaces, so that's why.
Well, it's the one that everybody sees first, right? It's the one that is the famous shot. Everybody's throwing the par shot. But these other ones I think are interesting. And I don't want to, blow too much of my practice time on three different shots trying to be perfect. But there's reasons why I do what I do, just from a comfort level, I suppose, right? It's more, and like you say, it's mental. You got to be comfortable with what you're doing.
I think it's the first thing that you need to do. You have to find a shot that is comfortable for you, for your height, for your health problems, whether you have a bad back or whatever. You need to be comfortable because you're going to throw there for at least an hour, stand there for hours and hours. You need to be able to shoot without thinking, I'm in pain.
So what are the things you look for when you say you're in your experience, when you see the dice hit the wall, react, whatever, and you see your result? Are you looking for how they landed and nothing else, or are you watching the flight? Like, what are you when you say you're adjusting? What is it that you're looking? And what was Henry trying to find when he was playing with you that was obvious for you to change as you see a result come out?
Okay, like if I throw a 3-2, 3-6 set and my result is a hard 10, box cards, or hard 4, or aces. That is a trigger point for me to, because you're off axis. It's so obvious. You don't need to have red and blue dice. You know exactly that you went off axis. And the tracking part with that is, if I get a 6-2 as opposed to 2-6-8, then I know that I exploded the dice and I should stay on the reset, because if I use a hard reset, transposing that is a 6-1-7. I'm doing these transpositions in my head, and I know that if I keep going off axis, the VSET is going to destroy me, because there's more ways a VSET 7 will come off axis as opposed to on axis. So this is what he was talking to me about. But I thought to myself, I need to give myself a chance to get into my groove before I change sets. Could have been a 1-off, a 2-off. After the 3-off, that's a new change. You're convinced that today you're throwing off axis. And that's it. You change sets, go to a hard reset, and prolong
so
your...
do you find yourself going like, let me change the set versus let me adjust? Like, when do you like adjust your fingers or your toss versus adjusting the dice?
From the first time that you're off axis, you try to adjust grip, adjust fingers. You do what needs to be done to keep your dice on axis. But if you see that the way you're throwing doesn't really change and you're going off axis, then it's a change of sets. You're at the real table with real money. The last thing you want to do is, let's do the right thing, the mechanical thing. No, you adjust the set to fit the mechanics.
That makes sense, because your mechanics are what they are for that day, I guess, right? At least in the moment. You can't.
Correct.
Yeah. Can you show me with your dice, because you just made mention of like, if you're throwing the 3V and you're seeing some action, you say, well, if I transpose that to a hardway set, I would have got a 7. What does that look like in the dice? Can you show me?
Sorry, you want me to show you the actual dice? How
So you say if you're setting, 3, 2, 3, 6, like you were saying, there's a 3, 2, 3, 6 set.
Correct. Yeah.
Right, and you say, well, if I get aces or something, you said if you had an aces, where are my aces? Right there. You know that you imploded, right?
This is the 3, 2, 3, 6. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yep.
If I get a 6, 2, 8 result, that's an opening of the dice. That's explosion of both dice. Okay? Let's do any hardware set. Let's go 3, 6, 3, 6. Right here. Explode the dice at 7.
I see.
So the same thing with a 3, 6, 3, 6 set. Yeah? If I go this a 2, 6, 8, that would have been a disaster for me on the V sets. And I will explain. 3, 2, 3, 6, implode the die, 1, 6, 7. So you transpose on the fly. You learn how to transpose on the fly because you look at your dice. You actually take a close look at your dice and how they behave. What does implosion, explosion mean for this family of sets? Same with kissing sets. Kissing sets are where two numbers are the same and they're inside. The 4 and the 4. If you drift the dice, drifting means they both slide like that. It's a 7. I don't even need to look. I know it's a 7. And it's a 7 the other side drifted. So these are behaviors that you're causing with your mechanics the way you throw. Why would you go to a set that would cause a 7 if you drift them? You stay away from it.
But what you're saying is, what you're seeing is, oh, I'm drifting today or I'm imploding today, so I need to go to a set that's okay with that.
Correct. And this is what you would do at the table. At home, what you do or what I do is try to fix mechanics. Stop the drifting.
Sure.
Adjust my index finger and my ring finger as opposed to my middle finger to stop the drifting.
That's important.
Do a proper follow through so that my hand shows a direction to the dice that I want them to follow, not for them to go and drift. And so many little adjustments, so little time.
Yeah, right. Now that makes good sense to me. When you're practicing, you work. It's all about mechanics when you practice.
Yeah.
But in the game, in the actual game, your mechanics are what they are in that moment. So it's too late.
That's true.
Right, that you can't change. Yeah, you can't really change stuff, but you can alter. That makes good sense. I'm gonna have Michael Shackelford on in the morning.
Okay.
He's the Wizard of Oz, right? And this guy, I've seen him before. He definitely is an anti-dice control guy. So, question for you, because he can't ask you the question, of course. What would you, and this is actually coming from Skill and Luck. He wants me to ask you what you would ask him. He has said, I know Michael has said, I think it's crap, but I can't prove it. He's like, I can't prove a negative, so I'm going to go with the notion of if you can do it, prove it. That's his stance on it, basically.
All right, because I come from the financial world and I understand statistics, I have, my degree was based on statistics, applied statistics. The thing with a mathematician is that no sample is big enough. And that is something that I can never go against, the bigger sample. Even though, if I throw 26,000 times, and these are my results, you can see them on YouTube. He still has a valid argument. This is not a big enough sample, George. You have to do 10 million so that you will see, you will fail enough times that, your standard deviation graph is going to be like a bell-shaped graph. And I don't know. I guess the only question in my mind for Michael would be, what would you consider an extraordinary event? What would you consider something that you would say, okay, this doesn't fit the sample or the standard deviation is way out there. What would that be? And perhaps we can make that one of our KPIs. Then try.
That's interesting, right? I think that's actually a perfect what I'm hoping to hear, because I think that's actually a neat way to ask him that question, because he's a stats guy, obviously.
No, first of all, I actually subscribe to his website, and I respect the hell out of him. He's an amazing guy because he loves the game, and he tries so hard to teach us the correct probability of things. And I respect the hell out of him. I don't think he bashed anybody about trying to become better at something.
He's very polite. He's very polite. He bashes the same guys that we bash, which is the guys that are out there starting schools on dice control. That are that's the thing that he's and I react super negative to that too. You know that, right? I feel like that's the snake oil that gives it a bad name. And I was talking I had a conversation with Howard Newman the other day, and same thing. He's like, why are you making a dice control series? Why are you doing your channel? Why are you And I'm like, I'm just tired of all the negativity. Like, you don't have to believe in it, right? Or you don't, either side of that thing. It's like you get a lot of this, right? So that's the kind of thing that I'm against. That I'm like, I'm trying to do a series to educate how, the why, and all. And that's why, like, you're like this fountain of knowledge on this stuff. How the sets work. And I was talking to Mudslide Mac a little bit too about this, about the on-axis, and he's like, no, it's an on-axis result. The dice, and because I say the dice are never on axis. After they hit the table, they're off axis immediately. It's like, yeah, we're not looking for that. We're looking for the result. I want to read the result and make an adjustment based on the result. And I know on Shackelford's site, they did a thing, he didn't do a thing, but there was a university that did a study with the robot. You've probably read that thing. Right? Yeah. Which I read that whole report, and I'm like, I don't trust that one bit. There's no way a robot, first of all, can make the adjustments that a human can make. And the grip, the release, the tension, all the different things that you can control as a person that the robot can't control. And they didn't get anything statistically relevant from the robot.
Right.
But I'm not sure they were testing for the right things. I'm not sure they were looking for the count. They were looking for number of sevens, I think, or they weren't counting off-axis results. I don't know. It just, that whole survey, that whole study didn't sit well the way it was written, but it's used as proof, I think. So you've read it. What do you think?
Well, as I say, it's not conclusive because it was focused on specific, it was targeted towards a specific conclusion as opposed to looking at the whole picture. Frankly, I don't know much about how that robot was set up, etc. And I was actually going to commission the University of Cyprus to do something where we could simulate something like the human hand throwing, with some variables being constant, being turned into constants. But never got around to too much work. I actually decided to do it myself, which is the 26,000 rules I'm talking about. Anyway, what I just wanted to do to sort of come to the end of this discussion is that I respect everybody who loves the game, first of all, whether you are dark side, light side, or whatever. And I respect that some people do not have the time to invest to become more experienced in shooting dice. I respect that. And they use strategy instead to, make their money. I respect that a lot. It's part of the game. But I try to do the difficult part, the shooting part, make it last longer. That's what I'm trying to do, because the story in craps is you get the dice, establish a point, and then there is a story in between. The end is the same. You set them out. It's just how long can you make that story last. That's interesting to me. So, full respect to everybody who's playing dark side. Certainly, the light side people should not be trying to make them lose money. Because at the end of the day, we're all playing against the casino. We're not playing against each other. So there is no reason for any animosity between us. We try to do different things.
I agree. I talk about that all the time, and especially between like dark side, light side is an obvious one, but the people who get angry at people who want to control the dice also make me laugh, because why get mad at somebody who's trying to help you? Really, right?
Well,
I mean, if you do elongate the story like you're talking about, if you can go from the average of 6 or whatever to the average of 9, that's good for everybody. And people should be encouraging not fighting that,
As long as they're not purist darksiders and do the don't pass. Because a light side shooter will hit the point more times. I don't know. Maybe I just said too much. But yeah, if it's an easy point like an 8, chances are he's going to hit it. So that actually hurts the dark side player.
It does.
But it's unintentional, because everybody's doing what they want to do at the table. You decided to take the 7 as your number. I decided to take the 8. It's not about being against each other. It's about choices that each person makes at the table. We respect yours. You respect mine.
Exactly.
That's all I have to say. If anybody wants to watch what I do or wants to ask me anything, on my channel, by all means. But I'm not going to waste more time boring everybody.
No. It's you're fascinating, man. You know so much about this, and it's like there was one night we were on your chat, and you're like, let me just stop throwing, and you kind of broke down the dice and how the sets worked, and it was like the best half an hour. Like that was one of the most educational sessions you've ever had, and you didn't even try to do it. You're just answering somebody's question in the chat channel. It was amazing.
I think it just takes looking at the dice. That's all it takes. Understanding behavior. That's all, and that's what I try to do. Understand and share as much of it as I can.
Yeah. Well,
right.
We appreciate it. I mean, everybody loves how wide open you are. You know what I mean? It's like I say it all the time. Like I go live every morning, as you know, and it's hard. And I just do 45 minutes of talking. Right? You're doing an hour or more of actual live practice, wide open every day, twice.
Yeah, because
I think it's such an amazing thing.
It's an issue of transparency more than anything. And I think you mentioned something else which was important, and I caught on to it. Playing craps on your own is boring. Having friends with you, keeping you company, making one comment, makes it so different. And the reason why that's important for just one comment is the fact that it makes it real, because I answer the comment immediately just to show that I'm live. I haven't pre-recorded everything.
That's right.
So it's further evidence that everything is happening right there.
Yep. Now, a little bit of a bit of accountability. I always say too, when you put the camera on, you're accountable for your actions.
Yeah.
And you got to raise the bar, and your people are expecting things from you. So it's I have a lot of respect for what you do. I really do. I think it's.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I encourage people to practice. That's all.
All right, George. Well, thank you very much for giving me the hour, and I guess I'll see you again in a few hours, right? We'll see you back here for Fantasy Craps.
That's right. Yeah, it's a big setup. It's a big prep for me. I've been doing it for a couple of days. We're almost there. So
wow. Yeah, we're gonna. How many people? Is it 10 people?
I think it's 9 people, but you're going to be on as well because we need to give you our feed.
Exactly.
So you have to join. Okay.
I will be in.
Brilliant. Okay. Looking forward to it.
You got it, man. I'll talk to you later.
And stay sharp. Try and keep going. Okay. No counting.
I'll be fine. I have a few hours here now where there's no guests for the next 3 hours, so I may just kind of chill a little bit and just have a little bit of a lunch. We'll see what goes on. All right, George. Thank you. You can say it. Dice are out.
Dice are out, guys. Thank you.
There it is. All right. See you, bud.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. I am back. That was fun having George on. Boy, we're doing good here. Let's go through our schedule. I'm going to show you where we are. I'm going to hit the donations page here real quick. So we have, let's see, nothing's changed money-wise, I don't think. I think we're still here in the overnight, so not seeing a whole lot of motion yet. I think in the morning sessions, we'll start seeing some more come through here. You can expect some challenges from me tomorrow. For sure, we're going to get, I should have asked George about Craftsy. I didn't see that. We'll get some pledges going during the Fantasy Craps and that kind of thing. George, Magic Aces, yes, George is a great guy. I have not had a chance to meet George in person. I missed the Vegas trip last year, or last month, whatever it was, timing with family and that kind of thing. It would have been really, really fantastic to do that. And I've asked George questions like this. I've had talks with him for an hour just because he wants to talk. So George is a fantastic human. He's just so good. Skill and luck. How do you donate? Well, there's 2 ways to do it. One is the links are given to you at the top of this video. So at the very top, you'll see the Crapsathon for Problem Gambling. Donate link is bit.ly/craps-donate. Craps-auction for the auction items. I'll show you those in a minute. The links are also in the description of this video. So the first description, the 2 links are there for both the auction and donate. So this here, direct donation. You feel like you want to throw some money? Go for it. And take a look here at what Will did. Will, $367. That's amazing. Hawaiian Crap Shooters were on earlier. They both, and I also put, we tossed dice into buckets. That's going to raise, I think they raised 250 from Brian and 250 from Jeff Dice and 175 from Brian. Plus I got 6 in too. So that's another 150. So expect another $500 between the 3 of us coming into this thing as well tomorrow once that happens. But we also have some items up for auction. I'll show the auction items here. And again, I'll refresh the screen. Not a lot of motion on the auction items just yet. Still early, but I do need to see some bids here on the big day in AZ with Big AZ. So Big AZ, you know and love him. He's going to donate a whole day of himself. He's going to go take you to play golf. You got to get yourself to Arizona, of course, but he'll go golfing with you, lunch, dinner, playing at the casino with you, his local casino. I mean, $350 is cheap. The golf costs more than that. So let's get the starting bid rolling up there. Jeremy from Color Up is donating his old table layout. We got to get some bids on that thing as well. It's a lot to start that thing off, but that's going to be a piece of craps history that somebody here has to have for sure. There are some hats. There's the owl picture from Zaf, who's actually in chat here. Zaf, what a nice picture you have created. That thing is awesome, dude. I love that. Love that picture. Ken's Hawaiian shirt. I mean, you get to pick one that you like from him. Of course, my Lammers. A couple other t-shirts out there. So let's get on the bidding. You can challenge each other in chat too, right? There's been a couple of challenges laid out there. Do it. Again, we're fighting here for a great charity, right? The National Council on Problem Gambling. There are a lot of folks have got issues with gambling. If you watch the little promo videos that I've been playing every hour, you'll see how devastating it can be. And like I said, I have small stories, right? My gambler problem stories are customers of my parents' store buying lottery tickets that were insane amounts. We grew up in Vegas, in Atlantic City area. So I've seen a ton of people go through this, losing houses. As a young kid, I saw that. My dad was a gambler and taught me pretty well about money management and bankroll and being careful and putting family first and how do you do this the right way. So I always had a good lesson from that, but a lot of people don't get the message. And this group that we're raising funds for does a really good job of that. They're actually backed by the NFL, which is kind of cool. The NFL has pumped a few $1 million into them apparently. So that's also a really good thing. So let's see. Let's get back to me here. All right, so let's take a little break. We've got, like I said, the next guest we have is 3:00 in the morning here in Seattle. Our next guest is at 6 a.m., so 3 hours from now. That'll be Joe from Craftsmaster Journey. In the meantime, I'm going to take a little break. We're going to go ahead and run the NCPG video. I'm going to replay a video of my own from YouTube. It's my video. I'm going to replay the one with the rack management. If you haven't seen that one yet and you're new to me, watch that video. I'm going to go ahead and grab a quick bite while you're watching that, and then I'll come back and join you in about 20 minutes or so. So let's go ahead and watch the NCPG. I'll put my video in, and I'll see you here in a few minutes.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler. But now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, cool. Let's go ahead and take a little hiatus here. I'm going to go ahead and put the play for you the money management video, the rail management that I did. My first ever video to YouTube. So a special one for me, of course, and it's kind of what I'm known for is the way that I manage my rack, and I do that a lot in my videos when I am working strategies anyway. So this is the one that started it all for me. I'll let you watch that for, it's about 20 minutes or so, and then I'll come back and we'll talk some more. And maybe I'll even play a little bit at my table. So here's the rack management video. Hold on one second. I'll get John with ProCraps here. We're going to continue talking about bankroll and money management, focusing in this session on the rack. I think through the years, personal experience for sure, I had mismanaged my rack for years. I didn't really get how important this piece of equipment was as part of my overall strategy. You leak money from your rack without realizing it because you don't set it up in such a way that you can tell how much money you've got in there. Just lining up your chips isn't giving you the information that you need to know if you're on strategy, if you're off strategy, if you're ahead, if you're behind, how much you're ahead, how much you're behind, have you met your goals yet? Setting up your rack to give you the knowledge that you need to make better decisions out there is one more step towards becoming a professional level craps player. And that's what we want. It's the one game in the casino where you have one of these to play with. Every other game, you can stack your chips up and count them however you want to. With craps, it can be a mess sometimes. So I want to focus on rail management. I'm going to show you the ways that I set up my rack, my rail, to manage my money, and the ways that I use my rail to keep me on point, on strategy, and focused on where I am. I think that it gives me an edge beyond the strategy that I play, beyond the way I throw the dice. It's an edge that I have just in knowledge and knowing where I am, so I don't let them beat me by me beating myself. And I think having poor rail management is a way that you can beat yourself very easily by just not knowing what you've got in here. So let's head to the table and take a look at the way that I set things up and how I let money flow through my rack and hopefully into my pocket. See you at the table. Let's look now at how we can better manage our money while we're at the table in the rack here. So before you, I've got a sample of a rack that probably looks pretty familiar. I know I've done this over the years. It's good in some respects because you feel like you're probably winning when your rack looks this way. Things are happening pretty quick at the craps table. You're reaching in, you're grabbing money, you're dropping it up here. You're not paying that much attention to it. The thing I worry about when I see this though is that we're not paying that much attention to it. And it's hard to discern at a glance what's going on in your rack. Like, you know how it is at a craps table. You're talking to your neighbors, you're ordering drinks, you're high-fiving folks and everything else, and you want to get a sense of where you are at any point in time during the game. So I look at this rack, I have no idea what's going on here. And even if you took a breath and organized it, so when I say organize it, your mind's probably picturing something like this, where you visually kind of separate the chips by their denominations and say, yeah, okay, now I'm organized. I would ask you the same question, how are you doing? You bought in for 300, what do you have here? Well, it feels like it's about 300 or so. I'm probably up or down a few bucks is what you might say. It's tough, right? It's tough to make good decisions when you don't have good information. And I want to repeat that. Knowledge is power. And you can use your rack in a better way than this to give you knowledge and let you know where you are. Another thing I see frequently at tables is folks playing a strategy where they'll sort of start with all their money at one side or in the back or whatever, and they're just going to bet and take their wins and rack it up, and take their next bet, take their wins and rack it up, and kind of run through all their session money, and at the end say, okay, here's what I ran through it all, and here's what I have left. And that's one way of doing it. I started with 300, I ended up with, whatever this is, 240 or something like that. That's an okay way. I see most strategists that I watch on YouTube actually do it this way. They'll start with a starting bankroll, they'll play through the whole bankroll, and they'll count their winnings at the end, which is fine, except for you don't know in the heat of that battle how you're doing. I hear people all the time say, well, it feels like we're doing pretty good right about now. Well, I would like to know how I'm doing right about now. And that's a key part of the way that I play, and a way that I feel like levels me up and it makes those of us who do it this way more pro level kind of players. So let me show you how I organize my rack here. I'm going to take all this money out and I'm going to buy in here for $105. I'll show you why in a second. We're going to buy in for $105. Again, at different denominations or different play values or play levels, you'll buy in for 550 or whatever you're going to do. The reason why I do this level here is this. I'm going to put this into my rack, and the singles here, or the smaller stack, I put that into this this quadrant of the rack that's closest to me on the left-hand side. Now, I'm going to separate my rack into what's called quadrants here. Quadrant 1 is designed to be used for non-gambling funds. This is the tip for the cocktail that's coming. This is my dealer pass line bet, or my dealer come with me through the come kind of bet, right? This is all non-gambling funds. This is the cost of doing business. The money that's my bankroll, I put that in the rear right-hand side, closest to my right hand. I'm right-handed. This is where it goes to me. And this is my bankroll will be here. Okay, this quadrant is for bankroll. I never bet from this quadrant. I only bet from the fourth quadrant, or the third quadrant here, which is the front left, which is the money that I'm going to use for each shooter. Now, we talked a while back about the rule of tens. I think everybody on YouTube who's doing craps videos will tell you the same thing. Have enough money for 10 shooters. So what does that actually mean? In practice, it means if 4 is my number per shooter, I'm going to bet with this 4 chips, and that's it on that shooter. If I'm going from a giant stack and I'm just kind of feeding the table, you've got to mentally keep track of how many you've bet on that shooter. I actually put a whole part of my rack separated just for the money that I've allotted for the current shooter, and that's it. I only bet from here onto the table, only ever it comes from here. And in fact, my winnings from the table only ever come to this section. This is kind of my table in and out. This is the door for the table. Should I happen to win, let's say we had a pretty good session, we pulled some money back, my profits would go over to the right. Okay, there's the use of the 4 quadrants. Okay, bankroll, current shooter money, profits, and kind of tip and play money. That's okay. I'm still not getting the level of information that I want, because I don't know, looking down here at the way the rack is currently set up, how many shooters do I have and how well am I actually doing? That's an important bit. If you're playing a strategy where you've got a certain dollar amount set aside per shooter, you want to know how many shooters you've got. So what I've done is I've actually bought these, and I bring them with me to the casino now. These are acrylic, hope you can see that. These are acrylic spacers. You've probably seen those at the Baccarat or the blackjack table, where the dealers will use those in their racks, the dealer racks, to separate their chips. I thought that's a great idea. Why don't I do it for myself? So what I do now is when I buy in, I'm going to separate my bankroll into segments with these separators so I can visually see how many shooters I've got left. Now I'm going to pretend to do a strategy here that is a 4 chip per shooter strategy, and instead of the rule of 10, we're doing the rule of 5 just to save time and space. You can look down. You've got the bird's eye view. I got the camera set nice and low and directly over top of the rack, so you should be able to see those visual separations between the chips. That's a critical factor for me, to look down and say, well, my strategy was 5 shooters. I've got all 5 shooters left. I have every bite of that apple is available to me right now. I like knowing that. It also makes it easy to pick out 1 shooter's worth of money. So as I'm playing through my strategy, take a shooter's worth of money, put it in the front left, and now I'm playing with that money. So let's play a little bit here. And again, the actual dollar amounts here are less critical. Let's go for like a 30% win or something, right? So let's drop 5 in the field. Like I'll do like a quick field roll, and then I'll simulate to save time. That's great. Boxcars we get. That pays us. And again, money came from my rack in the front, and it will come from the table back to that same section. This is always where my money comes for a given shooter. So I'm still out in the field. We'll roll again. That's a 6, which is a field loser. I'll replenish. A 6, which is another field loser. Replenish again. There's an 8, which is another field loser. There is an 8, another field loser. So learning 2 lessons here. One is the field is not your friend. And another loser in the field. And our last $5 will hopefully do good, and we 7 out. That's actually what always happens when you bet the field. Anyway, so we lost, right? We threw 4 chips worth of money out there for the shooter, and we lost on that shooter, which is a bummer. But it does showcase where we kind of are now. Now I can look at my rack and say, well, cool. You know, I brought 5 shooters worth of money with me. I've only lost 1, so we can go again. Now we just move up to our next shooter. And our rack sort of feeds itself from section to section. Let's run that same strategy now with this next shooter here. I'm going to simulate the rolls just to show you how the rack gets managed. This is less about, obviously, field strategy and more about the rack management. So let's say that through the course of this shooter having money in and out of the table, let's say that we have profited about this much. Let's just say we did okay and we've got some earnings from that shooter. When they 7 out, this is what I'm left with. Now, I look at my rack and say, well, I did okay on that shooter, but I'm not doing that great over here, okay? I've got 3 shooters worth of money left, 3 arrows in the quiver, as it were. My first priority after a shooter ends is to evaluate my rack and see where I am. And my number one goal is to make sure that I have my initial buy-in replenished. So I'm gonna look at, I have 3. I'm gonna try and get as close to 5 shooters again as I can by taking from here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 shooters. I'll separate again and pull 4 more chips out. And now we can see that I've got my 5 shooters back. So I've replenished my starting bankroll. I'm back to even now. If anybody comes up, like your significant other walks up, hey, how you doing over here? We're like, well, I'm even, right? You can look right down and know exactly where you've got. The visual nature of those separators to me is where it's at. And I've got a $5 profit, which slides over to the profit section for now, okay? Looking at my rack, I've got, again, tip money. My initial bankroll is secured. I've got a tiny bit of profit. I'm not near my goal yet, so I keep playing. I take what I've replenished now and I go back out with it. And again, let's simulate some more play. And let's say that, again, we crush it one more time. Let's say we won all this money through the course of playing the field. Let's say the field worked this time. We did great. Again, we 7'd out. My first priority is to replenish my bankroll. So pull 4 off of that, right? Take that shooter's money essentially and put it back where it came from, right? Replenish the bankroll. So now I've got a pretty good set or a pretty good eyeball that I'm even, plus a little extra. Now I'll slide this over in my profit section. And I will use the separators in my profit section as well to give me another visual indicator of how much profit I've got. I like to see, and I don't like to do visual, I don't like to do math. So I'm gonna separate this into segments that could be colored up. So in his case, I've got 5 red chips, which is a quarter, another 5, which is a quarter, and then a single. If I was playing with greens, I would separate these by 4s. So each segment is $100. If they were blacks, I would do it in 5s. Again, each segment is what it could be colored up to. So now I can look and say, hey, my wife from there, how you doing, John? Well, good. I'm up $55. No question, right? I can look right down and say I know it because I can see that separation here. That's a quarter, and whatever's in front of that adds on to it. I know that I'm even because I've got my session bankroll separated clearly, and I know exactly how many shooters I've got left. I had back to my 5, I've got 55 in profit. If I'm on a 50% strategy, which is insane, but let's say that I can walk. I've actually exceeded 55% in this little field game that we played, and I'm free to leave. My rack has given me the information I need to make that decision. There was never a point in time where I knew or didn't know how many shooters I was able to survive. There was never a point in time when I didn't know if I had any profit and how much profit I had. And there was never a point in time where I wasn't sure if I had enough money to bet for the dealers. Right now, again, I didn't demonstrate betting, but I know I've got this over here. I'm not willy-nilly taking money out of my stacks to throw out there, right? I've pre-planned some tip money. And if I'm playing a strategy that's paying me in whites, like if I'm 6 and 8 betting or whatever else, and I'm getting whites, I usually will stash some of those over here and kind of grow this stack a little bit so I can bet for the dealers even more as I'm going. I'll use this to pay VIGs. This is just kind of, again, it's kind of non-gambling active money. This is money that kind of just gets used as we go as a way to kind of grease the skids, as you will, as you were before the game. So that's my rack management strategy. I really like the quadrant system. Bankroll here, active money here, profits here, tip money here. And again, the separation gives me a visual on how I'm doing. Now, if you don't want to buy the lammers, that's fine. You can use singles. You can use white chips in there too. White chips will stand out. So visually you can see that you've got, 2 segments in there. The white chips, you have to kind of mess with them to get things to flow nice like this. So I prefer the acrylics to the white chips, but those are fine. The acrylics also serve another job here, which is, let's say you're on some kind of a count system, right? Let's say you're doing the 5 count that Golden Craps or Golden Touch recommends that you use. This is a great way to do it, right? You got your extra acrylics here. You can just roll them out and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I'm betting in the con, right, on a random shooter. Let's say that you're on a strategy where you've gone all the way across, and you're going to take 5 hits and pull down. Again, in the heat of the game, and you're talking to people and everything else, and you take, 1 hit, you take 2 hits, you take 3 hits, you take 4 hits, and now you're holding it, you're on the money shot, right? That shooter rolls it, you get that 5th hit, pull your money back. These are another way to use your rack to let you know what's going on. And again, information is power, right? I have tip money, I have session money, I have profits, and I know exactly where I am. And I know that when there's 4 chips out here, the next one is when I pull my money down. So I use these also to kind of help me keep track of where we are in the game as well. So use all the tools that you've got at your disposal to give yourself information to make better choices. And again, the visual separation, the looking down at that rack and knowing instantly where you are and where you stand, that just prevents so much leakage, and you can relax, right? When you don't have this going on and you're not sure where you are, you can relax. You know that you're good. You know what you've got. You know you've got your even plus some. Here, God only knows what you got there, right? It feels good. You got chips everywhere. Maybe you're doing okay. Maybe you're not. I would rather know how I'm doing. So that's a look at the way I manage my racks. If you have comments or other ideas or strategies that you use instead, I'd love to hear about it. Use the comment section. If you like what we had to say today, drop us a like on the video. We love that. But more importantly, it's the comments. As you know, I'm a software developer and a teacher, and I can tell you this: with my students, I learn so much and have become such a better teacher of computer programming because of the comments and the feedback that I get from my students. I really enjoy hearing their perspectives and hearing what resonates, good and bad, right? It helps us to improve things. So I look at this like we're as part of a big community. Let's work together to make things better and share information. So hopefully this works for you. It will take some practice, right? When you're in your practice sessions, you're going to have to work your rack like I just did during practice. And I will tell you this again, and I have a whole video on how to practice. Practice like you play. When you're in your practice sessions, use your rack just like you do just like you would in a casino. Matter of fact, go buy one. These are like $15. Go buy yourself a nice wooden rack and work it this way. It's a small investment, but you're using the same tool you're going to use at the casino. That's a big deal. So anyway, thanks again for your time and your attention. And as I said, see you in the comment section, and more importantly, we'll see you at the tables. Wow. First video ever right there. That's pretty fun. I actually, I'm in the middle of, just for pulling back the curtain a little bit, I'm in the middle of a chat session right now with somebody over at the streaming company to figure out why the live stream is not showing across all the other channels. So hopefully they'll get back to me in real time here. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that video sparked a lot of things. Let me go get my new one. So you may or may not have seen these, but I've been using these new lammers here. They're customized. They're black instead of clear. I like the black a little better. These are actually heavier. They're weighty, heavier than the clear lammers were I showed in that video. Like them a lot, and they actually separate the chips better. They're a little slicker. They have a rounder edge on them, so they're easier to use. So these are part of our auction today too. But I'll make these available for sale at some point after this. I bought a bunch of them so we can, like I said, we can have those things go away. Now, as part of this whole evening, this whole 24-hour session here on problem gambling, we just watched a video that I did on using lammers to separate your chips, and I think it's an important piece, and it's a goofy little thing that I do. Seen from Skill Luck here. People are wanting info on how they will be used, concerned. Administration. So here's the deal with this thing. So every charity that you deal with has administrative costs. There's no getting around that. Now, from my research into the National Council on Problem Gambling, they have a separate fund. So one thing that I've seen in charities recently, and a big one that I donate to is called Charity Water. If you've ever heard of them, they're fantastic. Charity Water, the way they operate is they send you whatever 100% of what you donate goes to the cause. They build wells in underdeveloped countries. They have a separate fund that they do for administrative costs. You can donate to the administration, and they do it through buying merchandise, or you can donate to the cause. The NCPG works the same way. So donations that we give to them for this all go to the general fund. Now they've got. Let me go pull their website up real quick for you. Let's go to it. Let me change screens here. Let's see. That's going to be the screen. Okay, we go to our donate page here. This is their website, not mine. I'll go to their donate page. Let's see, where is that? Donate right in front of me. So they've got multiple funds you can donate to. They have, let's see, pay method. It's not on this one. Let me go find it. I was just on here yesterday looking at this. Actually, give me a second to go find the page here. They've got a separate. Shoot. I've got to find the page here. I'll keep looking at it. You can target your money with NCPG to the fund, which goes to helping the families and or running, because they have an on-site program as well as an off-site program. They have an outreach program. So you can donate money to that, or you can donate to the administration. Our money is going into the general fund, which is going to go towards outreach. So because we can't have them say, hey, give this money to a particular family, ours is going to be part of the outreach fund, which is really going to be towards making media and helping fund the chat service that they provide. So when somebody has a problem, they can call up or they can chat live. So it pays for that administration of the chat and the live and the outreach part versus the running of the company. So that's a big thing to know. I think it's a great question, Skill. I'm glad you asked that, because that's always the thing with these organizations. Where's the money going? They have a separate funding service that funds the operations of the org, not the help that they give. So all of what we're doing goes to the help that's being given out for sure. That I checked out before we did it. I just can't find the page now. I'll find the page and I'll put it up there so you can see how that plays out. So let's see, who else is here? Ross. Let me get back to my picture too. My rack match. I lost your note. Would I include a lay hedge for ATS with a box number? You know what? Sometimes I do. There's actually a strategy that I play called the Hedgeless Horseman, which typically calls for. Let me see. I'll just pull it over here for you. It calls for 4 bets of equal value, right? So we do don't pass bet, and then 1, 2, 3 come bets. When I play that strategy, I typically have my rack in 10 groups of 4 green chips. So 10 fours, $400, and that's what I play with on that strategy. But I also keep a separate side bankroll of $75 or $100 depending, and that's not included per shooter. But what I'll do is I'll use that as my hedge on the come out roll. Either it's a lay 4 or lay 10. Sometimes I'll use that as odds on the lay bet, or sometimes I'll use it as odds on the come bets when they come through. It's like extra money that's not per shooter, but it's extra money as part of the overall bankroll, because that'll get reused. If you put a lay bet out there and it doesn't get hit, you pull it back off the table and now it's back there for the next shooter. So that's kind of money that I'll pull aside, and I'll have it kind of separate from the 10 shooters, but it's also part of my overall bankroll. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, there's part of that in the bank as well. Let's see, how else? What else was I going to? Oh, I was going to say. So as part of part of the rack management thing, obviously, is the separating the chips and separating your winnings by those segments as well. Now, a video that I produced along with that one, it's interesting. I did that video first, and at the same time, I did a video on overall bankroll management, bank management. And Ken, I'm not sure if you're still watching this. You might like this one actually. This video I did and never released. I never released it because I was talking to Dave Carlin earlier, about your bloopers and stuff. And this one, I love the messaging I did. I did not like my production quality. So this is one of those ones where I did the video and I never put it out because I didn't like how it came out. Message is good, but I got to refilm it. So I'm gonna refilm it at some point. But because there are 34 of you still here, I can't believe 34 people still watching at 3 o'clock in the morning. Or I guess it's 6:45 a.m. on the East Coast, so that's fine. For you to be up, I guess. But I'm going to show you this video. This is an interesting one. Oh, thanks, Skill. Where was that, by the way? Who's asking questions? Is the stream showing somewhere that I'm not seeing? Is it on Big AZ's channel, only just mine and his? Is that what's going on? Let me know in the chat what's going on there. I do want to see that. Hold on. Yes. So I got the chat lady going over here too, so we'll see. Let's see. Okay. Are you saying that Big AZ, so if I go to youtube.com, we're doing live tech support here with y'all during the Crapsathon. Big AZ. So Big AZ is showing the thing. What he's doing looks like he's showing a screen share of him showing it. He's not actually showing the actual thing. He beat the system by screen sharing it somehow. So yeah, they're looking into that. So Skill, where are you seeing other people talking about it? I want to know if it's streaming somewhere. I want to know where it's talking about it. And who's got questions, because I can get out there and answer them too. So Justin Davis, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, man. Skill, are you trying to set a record, by the way? You've been here for the entire time. That's awesome. I think you've been here since we started, which is fantastic. Anyway, the other video that I've got is my money management. It's streaming on AG's channel and he's live. Let me go check his channel. I thought youtube.com. Let me go check it out. Big AZ. Big AZ. Let's see. He's got stream. There's 2 of them going there. Looks like. There it is. I'm not seeing his chat though, I guess. I'm just missing some stuff. I don't know. Crabs-a-thon part 2. Oh, there's chat in there. I see. Cool. Bird Dog says John's looking tired already. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's behind. I think everything is going to be behind. The way that this works, this is the way it's supposed to work, Alan, is that I use a service called Restream, which I can show you. Might as well show you because we're here. We're all friends here. Let's see if I do donations. I'll just change what's viewing here. We'll change this to being Firefox instead of Safari. I'm going to show Firefox. Maybe? Maybe not. Well, it doesn't want to show it. Anyway, I've got 15 channels connected to the stream. And I'm streaming to a thing called Restream. They're restreaming it out to everybody else. And their channels should all be showing the actual live stream about 4 to 10 seconds behind. Big AZ's channel is working. Nobody else's channel is working for some reason. So the woman I'm talking to says, concerned they should be showing up They should be showing my stream. All right. So anyway, live support. She's saying they should be working. So they'll figure it out. Anyway, back to the business at hand. We'll keep talking about gambling stuff here while we're troubleshooting. The other thing they were saying was personal accountability. Yeah. Personal accountability meaning what, Skill? In terms of gambling issues, that kind of thing? This will be a little bit delayed because I'm trying to talk and then read chats at the same time. Magic Ace is here. Great. I'm glad you've enjoyed this. Yeah, there was some negative chat early on, and that's, you can't please everybody. And that's kind of the way that works. You know that some folks are going to get, and Charlie in particular is one of those guys where people love or hate him. And he knows that, he's okay with it. It's fine. I think he's got this brain that just doesn't turn off. And I think he can talk like this and you can get kind of confused by it. And I think that gets taken the wrong way sometimes. It's a shame. Yeah, Skill. So I can see I see what you're saying. Personal responsibility and accountability is a part of gambling problems and any kind of addiction problem. But the problem is, it's easy to say you should be able to just not do that, right? And I think that the reality of it is, and this is just my non-medical opinion, but the reality is that folks that have problems gambling or drinking or eating or whatever the addiction is, there's something off, right? There's a chemical imbalance or some imbalance somewhere that prohibits the ability for you to turn the common sense part of that off. I'm a smoker. It's my addiction, right? I smoked from when I was 13, maybe. And I got introduced to it young. I smoked all my life until I had the heart attack. And I had a heart attack and I dropped dead when I was 36. And I haven't smoked since. And that's the reason why I don't smoke, is because I had a heart attack and died, right? If I didn't have that event, I would still be a smoker. In fact, I still dream about smoking. I wish I was smoking. If I had a chance to, if I got diagnosed with cancer tomorrow, I'd probably start up smoking again because I loved it so much and I was so addicted to it. It's really tough. And there's a part of your brain that doesn't compute the logic and you can't make that connection and it doesn't matter. And I know people close to me, that have food addictions and all sorts of other things. So I agree with most things in life. Personal responsibility, high on my list of things for you to manage and be accountable for. I think accountability is a big deal. I think sometimes there are things, and this is one of them, where there's something chemical that necessarily isn't always in your control. Now you can gain control of it with help and training, and that's what services like NCPG do, is they help you kind of overcome and figure that out. But I think on your own, I think a lot of people are just, and my people that are close to me that struggle with this kind of stuff will just say, I'm a little bit broken and I don't know how to fix it. And that's where you get an organization to help you fix it. And I think that's the whole point. So there's truth on both sides of it, but I do believe that these kind of things, there's definitely there's a thing that I think needs to be addressed. So anyway, Ken, you're a smoker too? I didn't know that. Alan, yay. It happens, right? Be responsible, know when to say when. And yeah, I think some people can't do that. Right? That is very true. Good deal. All right. So anyway, I was saying the next video that I'm going to show you here is one that I did that I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't proud of the output of it. I think the message is good. And it's all about, I've talked to you about this on my channel, which is having the 401g account. And the 401g account is a separate bank account that I use to fund my play. And I think, Ken, you'll talk about this with us tomorrow when you're in your segment, or later today, rather, in our segment, about how you manage your money. And I think having a separate account, which is money that you can't afford or that you can afford to lose, money that you don't really intend to gamble or intend to use for your life, I think working out of an account like that and managing it in a way And you'll find when you watch this next video that I also employed that rule of tens where I say, enough shots in the bank account to go 10 trips to the casino. And at the casino, it's 10 trips at the table. And it all kind of, that money management style that I use trickles down. And that's what keeps me sane. It keeps me on the straight and narrow, for one thing. And it keeps me organized and kind of plugged into where I am at all times. I like knowing where I am. I don't like this feeling of, uncertainty of money at the table or at home. So I think, my life is sort of, how do I say this right? It's shaped by that, right? I had a situation where I had a software company and I lost it. And there was this moment that lasted a long time, but it was a moment in my life where, you're uncertain, you don't have money and, all the insurance and the things you like to have. So those are tough times, right? And I think that's kind of going through that has shaped a lot of the way that I manage money in general. So yeah. Ross is asking this, would you talk about grinding at the table for a while? Would I keep going if the dice are nice and you get way up? So if I'm grinding and I'm up, I would be done. Now, in the sessions where I go and it's like me and Kathy are at the casino and she's playing for hours and hours, it really depends on the circumstance. So example one, we're in Las Vegas and we have a room and we're at the casino. And let's say we both took an Uber from Harrah's, where we always stay, to MGM or something like that. We're playing at MGM and she's grinding. She's doing her 8-hour thing. And I've got an hour or two in and I'm done because I won enough money. I check in with her, of course, but I would probably go back to Harrah's and I could leave and go grab a nap, right? If we're in the same casino, go upstairs to the room. It's okay. We do that quite a bit, actually. That's fine. If I'm here in Seattle and we drive to the casino together and there's no room, now I got to find a way to burn time. So that's where that thing comes in. So I'll lock it up. So if I can get ahead, let's say my in was $1,000. My goal was 1,200. So I've won 200. And let's say I got way up and I won 1,500. The 1,200 gets locked up. I play with the 300 and I start a new bankroll, a new session with the 300 that I won extra. That's where I go. And I play from that point forward with that new bankroll. And that's kind of how I would do that. So I would burn extra profit plus money, but I would never touch my what I have in my goal. So skills driving your road sucks, but I'm okay. That's tough work. And Skill, you're one of the, I should probably thank you publicly for this, but truck drivers, man, and that is a tough business, number one, and you are catching a ton of heat right now for no reason. And you know this, right? I watched, I don't watch a lot of the news, but I watched a 60 Minutes a couple weeks ago. They did a whole special on the trucking problem, or the trucking problem, they called it. But it was the whole, what do you call it? The container ships can't get the stuff unloaded to the docks can't get it to trucks can't get it to the companies. And it just, everybody's finger pointing. And you're doing yeoman's work right there, driving stuff around for us. That's as much frontline work as anything else is. So thanks to you for that. And also for being here. Ken says this: don't use your master bankroll for anything but a bet. That's interesting that you say that. It's important, right? Your master bankroll, I call it the 401g. It's there for, and you say this, to me, it's for everything, right? You and I had a disagreement, whatever, on that yesterday. You only use that master bankroll, the 401g, for your actual betting at the casino. I use that 401g account to get me to the casino too. So when I go to Vegas, that's my debit card that goes to that account. That buys my plane ticket, my hotel, my car, and it's my bankroll at the table. To me, it's the whole thing. It's cost. I call it cost of doing business when I do that. Ken doesn't do that. Ken figures it's a vacation anyway, and his regular money pays for the trip and the fees and the food and stuff, and then he only uses master bankroll for betting. So we differ a little bit on that. I look at it like I wouldn't be going to Vegas were it not to spend some money from that account. That's why the account, to me, it's a business expense. But what doesn't matter to me, however you want to manage it, if you're consistent about it, then you're good. It's when you take money out of your checking account and go to the casino on the 14th when all your shit's due on the 15th. That's when you gotta be careful. So, yeah, skill. I know it's a job, but it's an important one, especially now. Right now, we're having a tough ass time. So, we appreciate what you're doing. Hang on one second. Can you show me a screenshot of what you see here under the event? Try pairs. 1 second. I'm working with the restream people. So edit event, your channel, pair channels. Hold on. So if I go to this, how do I edit the event? Hold on 1 second, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it. This thing's streaming by morning if we can do it. I'm also going to go to paired channels. Do this. Command Shift 4. Okay, sorry about that. The support person at the streaming company wanted to get some pictures. So, all right. So where was I? Hey Troy, thanks. I'm glad you're here. By the way, this to support right now. That I'm giving her screenshots of what we expect to see and why it's not working. She's going to tell me what's happening right now. So, since you're here, if she has me do something, you can actually press the button on your end to see what's going on. It should be an automatic thing. Like we practiced this and everybody was running live. Click view event under one of the paired channels and then we see the event. So if I do that, hold on. Let's go back here. I'll do view event on your channel. I'll go to your channel, Troy. 0.7 out. Hang on. Shift 4. This is what it says on his channel. All right. There's one of them. Okay, this is good. I got somebody to finally talk to me, so she'll help us out. All right, what else is happening here in chat? So Justin says, when I'm done playing at the table, I find my wife and hang out with her. So here's the thing, man. You're lucky. My wife says, get out of my bubble, for one, which is funny. I've talked about this, right? How she's really lucky and I'm really not. Like I literally, Papa calls, how you doing, man? This is my first cup of coffee right here. I had a whiskey earlier, my first cup of coffee right now. My wife, very lucky person. She doesn't win every single time, but she wins pretty good. And she's consistent with her. She plays slots only poker slots. I'm not lucky. I have to work. And that's why you watch me at the table here. I'm down, I'm up, I'm even. I work my ass off to make it happen. She says to me when I walk up to her, she says, I can feel the cold wind coming before you get here. And the minute I get there, she's like, you got to leave. Like she feels like I bring negative energy to her or something. So I can't sit by her. She won't let me do it. So yeah, when I'm done playing, I have to go find my own way. And I will text her just to let her know, oh, I'm in the sports book. And that way she knows I'm done playing and I have something else to do to keep me occupied. And when she's done and she's hungry, we go get food. And that's how we roll. Yeah, if I go hang out with her, she doesn't like that at all. And it's just because, again, she feels like I'm in her bubble and I'm bringing the bad luck. So, yeah. Let's see. So I'm waiting for her to. She's the support person's checking us out right now. She's looking at the streams. She's writing to me. So hopefully we'll get an answer here. Let's see. She said, great. In that case, the events have been created properly. Your stream will reach them fine when it's ready to go live. I have been live. I have been live for 9 hours. None of them are showing the stream. This is a telethon. All right, so I'm sorry that I keep leaving you guys and talking to her, but I'm only one person here. Let's see what she says back to that. I may need more coffee now. The problem with coffee, as you know, 1 cup becomes 5 cups, and it's hard to break that chain there. So I hope she gives me good news here. I hope she says that she said everything's set up right, but it says you never started streaming the event. Oh, you know what I did? I know why it didn't start. Direct to my channel, but not the others, but not the restream. Shoot. I think another problem. Now the question is, can I fix it? Yeah, I think. Shoot. I think I got to start over. Well, I'm going to try to avoid that, because if I streamed it to my channel and not to restream, that's what's going to happen. So fortunately, Ecamm connects, and I need to select it. It seems you went directly. Yeah. So can I fix it? It's the question. Can I fix that? Okay, she really. So even 9 hours? All right, she thinks if I stop and restart it, we should be okay. I'm gonna stop and restart it, because here's what's gonna happen. There's 39 of us in here. From what I can tell, 35 people in the room with me right now. Yes, I screwed up, Troy. I hit when I started the stream, I hit the wrong button. I streamed it to YouTube, not to restream, and then back out again. So I messed it up. So she says if I stop and restart, it should be good. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to stop it, restart it, come on back, check my channel and check everybody else's channel in like a minute. So here we go. Yeah, right. MHX77. It's all live. And this is how we learn, right? So I'm going to stop the stream and reconnect immediately to restream and see what happens. We might be able to reconnect this thing. So she's going to check and see what'll happen. So hold on to your hats here, folks. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it's going to work. If it does, what could happen is that we'd lose all the connections and every channel has to reconnect from zero again, which is kind of a pain in the ass. But let's see what happens. Apologies for the weirdness here, but it is what it is, right? Ugh. And literally, it's a drop-down box in my thing that I just hit the wrong box. I literally hit the wrong drop-down box, and yeah. Ugh. I can't imagine it's going to let me stop and restart the same live stream. Points out that my YouTube stream should resume. I know I've stopped and restarted once or twice. I'm not about sure resuming from a new IP. It should. It's the same. So Troy, it's the same code, right? Whatever that YouTube special code is that Restreaming I use, it ought to work. If I stop it and restart it, that would be magical if that actually happened. Because all I'm doing is I'm stopping the feed, right? I'm stopping the Ecamm feed. Yeah, it's the same stream key for both Ecamm and the other, but the IPs are different, so that could be a problem. Like a bathroom break during a hot shower. That's funny. Yeah, the thing is, if the stream is new, it's just going to be my channel again, right? So it's only on my channel now anyway. So that's right. You'll see a small glitch on your side. She's just going to make sure that it won't screw up everybody else's channels. That's what she's checking for me right now. So we'll just see. All right. She says, okay, here we go. You ready? I'm going to say thank you to her. All right, I'm going to stop my broadcast from my software. And yeah, then we're going to go ahead and restart it the right way and see if it works. So everybody cross your fingers, say Hail Mary. I'm going to stop the stream, come back to my channel in a minute, and we'll see what happens. Let's just go and see what happens here. Here we go. After these messages, yeah, this is the Star Spangled Banner, right? I'm going to finish this.
Welcome one and all to continuing coverage of the 2021 World Series of Poker, event number 82. The whopping $250,000 buy-in super high roller final table is here. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho and 5. Let's call them professional players, but there is one mystery man, not of course our chip leader, Adrian Mateos, who is in search of his 4th World Series of Poker bracelet, the overwhelming chip leader coming into the event. The Spaniard looking to add to his already impressive $22 million in career tournament earnings. And obviously, he is poised to do that with the lion's share of the prize pool, sitting on over $25 million in chips, but for over half of all the chips in play, followed by Keith Tilston, Ben Heath, Seth Davies, and the short stack of Johnny Kincaid, the man I was referencing when I mentioned perhaps they aren't all professionals. Kincaid, a bit of a mystery to us. We'll get to it. As you look at the payouts, $632,000 already secured by all 5 of these players. There's only 5 places that paid out after 33 entries. Payouts brought to you by Cuervo. There are no strangers. There are still bracelets to be awarded here at this year's World Series. The blinds will start at $125,000 and $250K with a $250K big blind ante. And Maria, we love to preside over these super high roller events because it is a different type of poker we bear witness to.
Yeah, we've already seen Mateos at a final table this WSOP. He ended up coming up short, but his play was so amazing to watch. I wasn't surprised, but it's always nice to see players of this caliber deliver as expected.
Keith Tilston, who I believe it was me who affectionately christened him Knuckles due to that sort of bare knuckle brawler, not only vibe on the poker table, but kind of affect that he has, decides to limp. Coming in second in chips. Seth Davies says, let's go. 8-6-4 all diamonds, a pair and a flush draw for Tilston in position against the dummy end of a gut shot. Should be an easy release, and the first pot of the night goes to Keith Tilston. $6.4 million in career tournament earnings for the 39-year-old who lives out in Austin, Texas.
Today,
an equities trader at Great Point Capital.
Remarkably bad scheduling. Like tomorrow, there's just going to be the choice of like regging day 2 of the 50 or start of the 100. Like, how does that exist?
Get a look at the chip denominations, quarters through million chips out there. Keith, an international man, spent ages 5 through 10 living in Colombia, where his parents worked at the time, is a cash game pro, and was a regular on the poker circuit from 05 through 2010 before he stepped away.
Raise it to 500,000.
Mateos picking a bad time to have King X, as Ben Heath in the big blind has King Queen, but of course sitting third in chips with 2 shorter stacks out there against the big stack of Mateos. The tread may be light. And indeed, Ben chooses to flat, understandably, Maria. 1.375. In the middle, to the flop we go. And it is Jack 9-6. 2 overs in the gut shot, straight draw. Checks over to Mateos.
There's definitely an expectation from the other players that Mateos will be opening light. But as you had mentioned, you know, a lot of these bigger hands will be underrepresented because of the ICM constraints.
Heath faces a follow-through of $350K. Does have the King of Hearts working.
Big college football games, though? Yeah.
You may have heard the dealer say 10 seconds there, and as Ben Heath check jams, we expect a quick and easy release from Mateos, which follows suit, and you get a glance at the first time a shot clock has been in play all series long at an event that you and I have covered.
Alabama's playing Arkansas.
Yeah, I noticed these new shot clock chips that are in use, and it's, you know, there's been so much talk throughout this whole series about how much time players take.
Yeah.
And obviously, in a high roller
I use YouTube
environment, I think
TV.
most players feel
It's sick.
comfortable
You
with
can
the
just
shot
set
clock.
it to record every college football game.
You got to look there at Ben Heath's bio board, brought to you by the Global Poker Index and the Hendon Mob. The 29-year-old lives in Brighton.
500,000.
Has career tournament earnings in excess of $8.6 million and a bracelet from back in 2019 in the 50K high roller. Said he only slept 2.5 hours the night before his win. You wonder whether or not he may have stayed up late looking to repeat the path.
10 seconds.
Davies takes his turn with a king-queen moving all in as an open from the button.
It's on 4, right?
It's like right at 4.
It's okay.
Again, Mateos dominated after opening. And will let it go. Davies hauls one in, and he was reined in prior to play by our very own Jeff Platt.
They lost again today.
Well, Seth, so many deep runs for you in 2021. Where's your confidence level at right now?
Really high. I mean, throughout the last 2 years, I've been playing a ton of poker, both online and live. So get really sharp over that, you know, putting in that type of volume over that stretch of time. So feel really good about what I'm doing, and yeah, hopefully it pans out today.
Adrian Mateos, the overwhelming chip leader here. What do you see in his game that makes him so tough to deal with?
He's been playing really well the last few days. He's a high pressure guy. Like he won't let you breathe, which is great, especially as a chip leader. Like he's gonna put the heat on you, so you kind of have to be willing to play some big pots against a guy like that. So yeah, he's really tough. He's not really the guy you want to see with a chip lead, but you know, we'll do what we have to do against it.
Appreciate the time as always. Good luck today.
Buddy.
All right, you man.
El Matador. Sometimes the term used to describe Mateos. I felt like back in the day, previous main event winner Carlos Mortensen was the Matador, the original Spaniard. But obviously the way Davies describes Mateos, he could be earning that title unto himself, especially with Mortensen not really being around these days. Meanwhile, first action out of Johnny Kincaid. He limped the small blind against Mateos, who has flopped a pair of 4s up against top pair. Kincaid slipped it to him. And Mateos asking the question with a min bet of 250K. And if we're Kincaid on the short stack here, yeah, it did feel like that would be the path to take, didn't it?
Yeah, I think if it wasn't just an open jam outright, then this limp shove also makes sense for his stack size. Definitely has fold equity. Again, Mateos going to put a lot of pressure, as we heard Davies mention, and so
not a nice start for Mateos, who's now gone 0 for 3. Conversely for Kincaid, just what the doctor ordered as he is looking to chip up and loosen his collar a little bit, still under 20 bigs for the 42-year-old who lives here in Vegas. A crypto trader whose last recorded cash was back in February of 2011, according to GPI and the Hendon Mob, the Live Poker Collective. $256,000 in career tournament earnings for Kincaid, originally from Omaha, Nebraska, and he is already guaranteed to triple his career earnings with this cash, regardless of his finish.
Raise it to 625,000.
Ben Heath shoots it up to 625,000. Now Mateos with ace-10 in the small mulls it over, Maria.
really strong hand from the small blind.
Re-raise it.
And
10,125,000.
he's going to ask for all of Heath's remaining stack here. And Ben Deciding not to make a meal of it, we'll wave goodbye to 6 1/4 off the top of his stack. Mateo's just 27 years of age, originally from Madrid, but now lives in London, which is a good place to be a professional poker player. A number of card rooms around there, as well as some very well-to-do folks that like to play some private games and maybe mosey into the casino for some high-stakes PLO or no limit from time to time. With the ace-7 suited in the cutoff. Genuine deliberation here, or just a bit of Hollywood?
600,000.
I think he was deliberating with whether an open is best here, or maybe perhaps just shoving is better. I think that those could just be the only two options with this type of hand. Of course, you know, it's too strong to fold, but again, you don't necessarily want to commit yourself pre-flop in case there are a lot of action behind you and you can get away and survive for that pay jump. And here Tilston thinking about it with the king-jack offsuit.
And Keith has to presume that Johnny's willingness to open is going to be off of a pretty narrow range at this point, right?
Yeah, especially with Mateos to his left, but also, you know, Kincaid, because we know so little about him, these players may not have had much time or experience playing against him either. So I think that would change kind of the perception of what someone's standard opening ranges would be.
Well, on the topic of having much, we can easily describe Kincaid's holding as having quite a lot. Aces and 7s here. Check to him. Tilston with the gut shot Broadway draw. No spade in his hand. And he's out of there. Keeps it clean. And Kincaid now leaves Davies officially on the short stack. Well, if you're out there and you're watching us right now on YouTube, we need something from you. Mash that like button. And don't forget, you can get unlimited access to more than 4,000 hours of poker content by subscribing to us at pokergo.com. Be sure to use the promo code 250K, 250K, to save $20 on an annual plan. At this point in this series, Maria, I feel like you can just start typing English words into the promo code field, and you're drawn live to get $20 off with a variety of them.
There should be like a hidden $50 off sub
Right.
for someone who just magically
Somebody
can
that
guess
just
the right
types in
configuration.
narwhal, and you're like, oh yeah, narwhal, that's good for $50. Queen Jack suited for Davies. Do you know what a narwhal is,
Isn't
Maria?
it some type of animal?
Yes.
Sea creature?
Yes.
With the horn?
Oh, the cheatsy. Our producer
You
here
know,
saw him holding his hand up to his head.
I mean, I think I knew. I just wasn't sure. I
It's
just
like
needed the
the
confirmation.
Walrus meets unicorn thing.
Right. Right.
Checks.
But that is not the promo code. That's not the secret one, guys.
We don't know that.
Keep guessing.
10 deuce turns into a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw as well for Ben Heath, who's done quite well out of the big after Davies limped in.
Checks.
Davies checking it over to Heath. Well, 10 high may not be good. There's so many paths to victory if it isn't. You see Heath with more equity than the queen high.
10 seconds.
Decides to check back. And now hits a deuce.
Yeah, Heath definitely taking the low variance line to try to realize all of that equity.
Checks.
Davies feels resigned to lay back with this queen jack and let it go if
10 seconds.
Heath were to so much as rattle his chips. But stranger things have happened, and Ben Heath checking back once more with the pair of deuces. Maria, surprised at all by that?
No, I think that after he checked back the flop, once you turn some showdown value with that bottom pair, if you bet, there's not really anything you're protecting from necessarily, because I don't think that many hands are going to call unless they have you beat. And so, of course, you still do have that flush as a backup. So just getting to the river here, I think, is fairly important off of these stack sizes.
And so, checked all the way down. Every one of these soldiers in front of these guys worth oh so much, given the payouts and the pay jumps. Fifth to fourth, almost $300,000. When these realities exist, Maria, though, and you know that everybody is thinking about them as we look at the tournament summary brought to you by Solve for Why. Christoph Vogelsang being among the recent eliminations on the outside of the pay bubble looking in. They can be leveraged in the other way, where you know everyone's tense, you know everyone's looking at that 300K. If you're just willing to stick your neck out there a little bit and lean, it can be quite fruitful.
And that makes for an incredibly dangerous player at the final table. And we will see that from time to time. But of course, most of these players very experienced in these situations. And if they want to follow, you know, a standard theoretical approach to these high pressure ICM situations, then you're not going to see a lot of them getting out of line. But it definitely makes for a much more interesting viewing experience at times. But not sure we're going to get that from this selection of players.
Well, I think Mateos is obviously a candidate.
Yeah, but Mateos can do that because he has the chip lead. But if we're talking about maybe seeing kind of a middling stack push back against Mateos, I don't think we will see too much of that.
Or even push back against a shorter stack, Maria, given that obviously the cluster is fairly tight between Tilston all the way down to Davies, as you see the counts at the top of your screen. Tilston with the ace-queen does open to 600,000. It would bring me so much joy to know down there at Great Point Capital, if he wanders into the kitchenette, the break room, someone just goes, "Hey, Knuckles." You know how happy that would make me?
10 seconds.
Unhappiness would rate to be the experience for Johnny Kincaid, however, with the ace-jack suited. He moves all in, and Tilston, pardon me, is going to ask for a count here.
Yeah, just shy of 20 big blinds here. I think ace-queen is just too strong. But again, you don't really want to sacrifice your chip position when you're Tilston and potentially lose this pot and then become the short stack.
1, 2, 3. No, it's 1, 3. 4. Okay, yeah.
How close is it?
4. All right.
I think it's close, but it's a call. You know, I think it's just one of those things that you have to take the spot. Your hand is really good. Again, you may not know too much of what Kincaid's shoving range over your open is, and if it's a little non-standard or deviates in some way from what the appropriate shoving range should be, then I think ace-queen is probably an even better call.
To the flop we go. Tilston looking good. And that fact remains. On the paired flop, though, some opportunities have presented themselves for Kincaid. Over 10 million in this pot. And the ace comes off, so Tilston just needs to fade the jack, which was the case from the onset. Bell tolls for Johnny. Is a hook there on the river?
Oh,
it is!
My goodness. Wow. Stone cold. That is, not a fun feeling there for Tilston.
Really, really nasty river card there. Unless your name's Johnny Kincaid, in which case there is
That was due.
nothing but
Wasn't expecting that one.
sweet sense of relief.
Where did that come from?
And he never got up. It's like he knew.
Kind of say final table around.
Tilston goes from second to fifth out of 5 without much fanfare. He's been around the felt long enough, knows what happens. Presumably he's been on the right side of that equation from time to time. Though to be fair, one could describe ace-queen against ace-jack as having been on the right side of the equation. But in terms of outcome, all these guys have enjoyed a suck out or two. Kincaid, meanwhile, slides into second after hauling in that 10 million.
Raise it to 5,125,000.
And now Mateos wants to polish Tilston off with this queen 10. Keith weighing it over with queen 4. Just how wide is Mateos in this spot?
10 seconds.
I mean, fairly wide, but for Tilston, I think it's just a little too weak. It looks like he is going to decide to put it in there.
And he's dominated. Are you surprised at all by Keith's willingness to draw a line in the sand with queen 4 off of 14 bigs?
I am. I understand that he's the shortest stack, so he feels like he has the least to lose. And I'm sure, you know, the page-ons don't matter that much to him in the sense that, you know, he doesn't play for a living and, you know, this spot he's probably just playing to win. But at the same time, I think he could have found a better spot.
He's looking for a 4. Instead, he hits the queen, as does Mateos. And now some opportunities exist for Tilston.
King.
0.3% to hit running 4s. 3, not a helpful card. He now needs a jack or better on the river to chop it up. Is it his turn to suck out? It is! An ace rescuing Tilston. As the all-ins have staved off elimination not once but twice in Mateos. He's got to be frustrated with...
Yeah, I think you just have a little too much.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of an eye roll when he was sipping his Red Bull.
Yeah. You won 150,000 or whatever.
Nothing worth it.
You're up.
Sort of the empathetic rap of the rail there from Tilston, who knows it's frustrating to have to go sharesies with queen 4.
Raise it. 550,000.
Heath shoots it up to 5.5. Suited baby ace on the button for Mateos.
It's a really nice hand, and I think, you know, just generally speaking,
Raise it to 10 million.
yeah, you can put that in your 3-bet range, especially when you're putting a lot of pressure on. You would see some players mix sometimes, you know, in a non-final table situation, mixing between calling and 3-betting, but certainly this looks like a ripe spot for that 3-bet, which pays off.
Yep, Mateos hauling it in. Back up to 26 million. All the beautiful cash collected in the 250K is only awarded to the top 5 players, 632,000 already guaranteed. But that beautiful haul of 3.2 million plus at the top of the leaderboard is where the sights are set for all 5 of these players, including Keith Tilston, who obviously is definitely capable of navigating 13 bigs. Mateos. Showing activity. And those napkins head into the muck for Heath.
Look at some push-fold charts this morning, but I didn't have much time.
Too busy planning flights.
Yeah.
Oh.
So much you use those at the table.
Yeah, I wish we could just have a laptop right in front of us.
You got the fastest.
Tilston talking about not having time to look at push-fold charts, but maybe he could have spent a little time on looking at the chart for calling off against a small blind shove in your big.
Well, for those out there scratching their temple going, what's a push-fold chart? There has been tremendous computing power that has been introduced into poker. Some very brilliant minds have actually begun to sort of solve for what is objectively correct, at least in situations where you're playing a certain stack depth with certain pay jumps, ICM, as we talk about, independent chip model, and kind of takes a lot of the subjectivity out of the game, at least in that phase.
Yeah, and when you are at a certain stack depth, it is nice to kind of know that if you want to, you can study and memorize those charts and play mistake-free poker. And I think that gives you a lot of confidence off of certain stack sizes to know that you're in a place where, unfortunately, even though it's not the sexiest of moves in terms of playing sort of robotically, you just know that if this is the spot you need to take, no matter what happens, you know, results aside, you could be happy with the decisions you've made. And I think that's comforting for a lot of players, especially if you are trying to be a professional. Certainly something that you want to be studying up on. I think I'm going to test you, Ollie, throughout the day and be like, okay, this hand off of this many bigs, is that a shove? See what you come up with.
Tide is right, Maria.
550.
That queen 4 wouldn't have been going in. Najad Bucks would have stayed on the rail. Nothing loose about opening with ace king, though, for Davies. Fourth place stack is going to run into a couple of 10s here.
And of course, the only X factor is Mateos behind Kincaid, but certainly against Davies' stack size, this is a pretty easy decision for Kincaid.
That X factor is very real, though. It does create some concerns for Johnny. We'll just 3-bet it to 2 million. Not looking to risk his entire stack. And now Mateos wakes up with ace-jack suited, and his concern is going to be perhaps more squarely upon Kincaid's decision to 3-bet out of the small than Davies open?
Yeah, definitely. You know that Davies could potentially have some raise folds off of that stack size. We see with his particular hand, of course, that he's planning to go with it, but...
Yeah, the all-in comes through, and Kincaid, of course, makes the call, but let's not gloss over Mateos, who did not make a meal out of that ace-jack suited, let it right go.
Right, definitely a function of Kincaid 3-betting from the small blind again, giving Kincaid the respect for having, you know, the value range there to 3-bet with.
Did we lose camera 3 there? What happened? Something seismic happened? An isolated event? Short pause as the drama builds and the ace-king ends up binking top pair on a rainbow flop. Davies now better than 9-1 from this point forward to haul in 7.8 plus as the all-ins continue to fare well in the early going. Turn is clean, and now anti-sweating a 10. Davies looking to hold, and he does.
3.75, I believe.
Trust but verify.
And if there was a tracker on those chips, you know Tilston would just be thinking, oh, so Davies has some of my chips now.
Are you a sick pup that does that? I feel like you are. You
I
track
definitely am,
Hobucks as they
Molly.
travel
I
around the
mean-
felt.
Yellow chip. All right.
I am not above anti-railing people that I know ends up with my chips.
Just salt all over you. Keith Tilston, the short stack, 3.2 million. Davies now slides into second as Kincaid moves back down the leaderboard, enjoying a short stint in second. It's still the Adrian Mateos show, however. Top shelf fold of the ace-jack suited. Avoiding any issues. I'll tell you what, that shaved head visor look, you're not going to get away with that outdoors in the summer. Here in Vegas, you'll end up with lobster scalp. Here in the autumn, okay, I'll allow it.
Right. I mean, Kincaid knows he could rock this and get away with it right now. But next
is a
year,
look.
not so much.
I mean, the visor and poker go hand in hand. Used to be the green plastic from back in the day. The OG visor look. Meanwhile, limp pot, blind versus blind, Mateos and Tilston. Both coming up empty.
That is 250.
Questions asked by Mateos, who can afford to ask them. Picks up a little pot there. And the benefit of being the chip leader on display. Well, the benefit of watching us on YouTube is it's free. But if you love poker, you got to subscribe to the channel. Post daily clips all year round. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to never miss any of the action. And of course, subscriptions to the Poker Go product, also not a bad idea. Heath now with the boxcars. Just sends it into the muck, Maria. No open?
Yeah, I think, again, just a function of not sure if he's able to get post-flop with that open, probably expecting there to be some heat with it being Mateos' button here. And again, just trying to save those 2.5 big blinds that he might open to if he's not sure that he's going to be able to get post there, and I understand it.
Seeing Kincaid open a 550 directly behind him, and then Tilston move over the top will obviously leave him feeling quite a bit better about folding those 2 6s, but ironically enough, they were in the lead against both of these holdings. And Kincaid has Tilston dominated.
This is a good shot.
Even if it isn't.
No, it's not. It is. I wouldn't bullshit you.
To the flop we go. It is ace high.
You got some ways out.
Kincaid looking very good.
A lot of chop sweats today.
But you heard it. Heath wondering if there'll be a sweat to a chop, which there could still be. Yes, of course, 23% of the time. Queen of the jack could pair. The king would not be good. That would give Kincaid Broadway, and so the 8 on the river does seal Tilston's fate, going from second in chips coming in to now finishing in 5th. Pretty disappointing way to collect $632,000.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that ace queen against the ace jack, not holding, obviously pretty much sealed his fate here, but Tilston always manages to come and play these high rollers on occasion and show up at the final table, and I definitely feel like he will be back again.
And I too feel like we haven't seen the last of Keith Knuckles. Not how he scripted things here today, but everybody enjoying a $300,000 pay jump courtesy of his departure. Ben Heath now officially on the short stack as you look at the leaderboard and that bracelet. Waiting on champion.
These guys are just in like a 16-minute dip on the river.
Right. And a heat check here for Kincaid.
That was very good TV for us.
Pocket 9.
For us sitting at the table.
Yeah.
A 9 busy in Mateos' hand. And you know Adrian will be looking to kind of lean on players with a multitude of different holdings in these Jack 9 suiteds. Kind of rate to be in the hand class that he could do it with.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that Mateos is going to fold.
Not going to 3-bet either, though. And that does open the door for Davies to go crab hunting. I guess you fish crabs, you don't hunt them. Unless they're land crabs. Then you're hunting them.
I'm not sure there are land-only crabs,
I
though.
didn't say land only. But once they come out of the ocean, we're not fishing them anymore, are we? We are hunting them. And Davies not going to do either as he sends his hand into the mug. Ben Heath in the big with Queen Jack off.
Heath with 25 bigs to start the hand, and just wondering what his best option will be here. It looks like call.
Ten, 6-4 all diamonds, and Heath has the only flush draw in this threesome. Kincaid staring at one overcard, but barrels away. 550K. And with 2 overs in the Jack of Diamonds, Maria, do we fight on?
Definitely think that that's enough hand to continue in some fashion. I think that a lot of the times you don't expect Kincaid to be betting this monotone board with hands that he can't continue with. Of course, if it was more the ace high variety, sure, it sounds like a pretty standard C bet, but with these middling cards in play, he ends up just calling.
Pot up to 3.1 plus, courtesy of that call from Heath. Board pairs on the turn. And how uncomfortable is Kincaid going to be with 2 9s here?
Yeah, I think I like a check back from Kincaid. He certainly has showdown value, could be up against just the naked flush draw.
Yes, sir.
He does check back, and a beautiful river for him, the deuce of hearts. Doesn't rate to change things at all. Oh, and Heath is going to get after it here.
625.
Yeah, I think with this sizing especially, you know, of course, can contain the 10Xs, the 6Xs. Certainly keeps a good portion of hands in his value range with this particular sizing instead of, you know, going something more polarizing.
Six and a quarter, just not enough weight for Kincaid to fold the 2 9s, and he will pick up a nice little pot there. And while he hauls it in, we send it over to our Jeff Platt, who is standing by with Keith Tilston.
Level is up. Now playing 150, 300,000 blinds.
Well, Keith, we don't see you too often. Until we raise the buy-in a little bit, what draws you to these big high roller events?
It's just exciting to be able to come in and I think I bought in yesterday and there was like 20 players left. So, you know, you're kind of
buying in right into a spot where there's a lot of action and you're close to the money and everything. And yeah, it's just exciting. And they're also fairly short too, which is nice. You don't have to take too much time. So it's really just the excitement and, getting to come and compete kind of on the highest level in something. And it's kind of the only thing I can do that in. So.
And how do you feel you stack up to the competition?
I'm definitely not winning long term, I would say, in these events. I mean, there's been a couple years ago, I was playing a lot and actually doing some setting and stuff, and I felt like, if there was a decent number of amateurs in an event, like I felt like I might be doing all right. Like this event, I definitely was not. Like, I mean, just in terms of not having played a lot and everything like that. So, really, I feel pretty fortunate to even made the money. So, it was fun, but. Yeah, I got very lucky yesterday just to get here. So,
thank you for the time. Good seeing you.
Back now at the feature table, where 4 fight on, $930K. The next payout. Sad to see Keith get showered early there, Maria. I like watching him navigate out there in the high rollers.
Yeah, and you heard it in his interview how he was just being very humble about where he feels like he stands when he's playing these high rollers. But I've seen the opposite. I think a lot of the times Tilston, with the right stack, is able to put a lot of pressure and play on a high level. So, again, I think he was selling himself a little short today. But, of course, when you get unlucky, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, really, that jack on the river was the beginning of the end for him. Pocket 4 is here for Ben Heath on the button.
He has the shortest stack, definitely putting it all in the middle.
Gather all the fold equity he can, and we'll see just how Kincaid likes ace-10 suited for this price as he sits second in chips. Asks for a count.
Certainly the ace-10 suited against the button shove is going to be ahead of all of those suited broadways. And there's going to be some offsuit broadways, of course, considering Heath is fairly short.
He needs like an extra 5 seconds.
We know that you'll be flipping against all the pairs. And I think a lot of the times you might expect Heath to not open shove the very top of his value range. We're talking about the big over pairs. Heath will likely be raising those instead of open shoving. And so I think this is a good call from Kincaid to try to eliminate a player.
Obviously relieved to see Mateos out of there, and he will take 2 suited overs up against the pocket 4s, and you see it's virtually a pure coin flip here. And 2 spades on this flop. The 4 is still good, but having to fade a lot.
This has been a made-for-TV table.
Yeah, incredibly sweaty here.
The turn is a 6, and now we pick up straight outs to go with the flush.
Sweat is real.
And overcard outs to the 4s. 18 outs total for Kincaid. A lot for Ben Heath to fade.
Took me a while to realize it.
Yeah,
Too many outs is a thing, Ollie.
Confirmed. As the 7 pairs on the end, somehow Kincaid misses all of the draws. And Heath will swap places. Sliding into second, leaving Johnny on the short stack after the dust clears.
Right there, Ben. That one had me going.
Is this Brent Hank's iPod? We went deep into the country streets for the backdrop. Davies and Kincaid, neck and neck. Heath, a few clicks ahead of that. Mateos seems content to let these guys cannibalize one another. Maria, obviously, he didn't have quite enough hand, but didn't take his chances with the ace-jack suited, for example.
Yeah, so far he's been able to stay out of trouble when it's appropriate and either way, he's happy to watch some of these stacks tangle and perhaps, keep the situation where he's able to pressure all stack sizes still. I feel like the royalty-free music selection has really gone down in the last couple years, Ollie. I don't know where that came from.
Why do you assume that
Oh,
riff